streaming. Let's see how we're doing with connections to the studio, and they seem to be, it says excellent connection. I don't see any. Okay, there we are. Okay, we seem to be connected, so then we start the infinite call. And all right, let's go over to Meet now and press audio. Okay, everyone is being called. Excellent. Aristides has responded. He's on. How are you? Let's see if you're registering on the online broadcasting software. Say hello again.
Hello again. Am I registering on the online broadcasting software?
You are. You are indeed. Okay, so that's a great start. And we have an excellent connection with the studio. And T-Tank Barry is with us. He says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. So before I forget, if I did not emphasize last time, because the latest transmission, I was still very symptomatic from sun sickness. I had been overexposed to sunlight on the longest day of the year, and it was of necessity that I take Aaron Tice on a tour of San Francisco that had to do with my life story, and the end result was I paid dearly for that and have been extraordinarily sick. So when I conducted the last episode, it didn't last too long. It lasted as long as I could stand it, but I was very uncomfortable throughout and went back to dry heaving as soon as I ceased live streaming. I am much better now in time for what's ahead, which is my son's 10th anniversary with his husband, who is actually in the photograph embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream. Both my son and his sugar daddy, the husband that I gave away his hand in marriage to after his sexual reassignment surgery. And that is the individual which Peter Moon so infamously tried to out. But because I was in such bad shape last time, I didn't get a chance to forewarn people on Team Dietrich that because of my son and his husband's anniversary, tomorrow, their 10th anniversary, the Diamond anniversary, I will be gone along with the Pride Parade in San Francisco, which happens at the end of Pride Month, the end of June. And we have to figure out a way to logistically expose the Blood Boys to that culture without endangering them physically in any way whatsoever. So we're going to have to deal with the logistics of that. In the interim, all of this will involve me throughout the weekend, and I will not be back until Sunday's episode. So we're going to do tonight's episode for as long as I can stand it, which should be a good 8 hours at least. And we're going to be back on Sunday night. In between those two episodes, tonight's and Sunday night's episode, I will be incommunicado. Hopefully I'll be able to speak more with Team Dietrich after I return. But I just want them to know that I will be in that blackout for that period of time. In interim, I do want people to know that I was so sick last time. There were several people I forgot to thank profusely. One of them was T-Tank Barry, who had slid $100 into my door slot. And I don't think I thanked him publicly for that. Of course, $100 goes towards one shopping trip, and that went immediately into beer, water, and Coca-Cola, and a jar of mayonnaise, which at the corner store cost me $17. That's so I had to get the mayonnaise because I had some asparagus that otherwise I just would not be would not be the same experience without it. And I will put the mayonnaise to good use, but it's 17 fucking bucks for a large jar, fairly large jar. It will last me a while, but still, it's 17 fucking bucks. That's San Francisco prices, and I'm just lucky they had that at the corner store. So all that, the $100 went like that. With the beer, the Coke, the water, and the jar of mayonnaise. Plus I had to get a lot of plastic knives and spoons because I do not I don't wash dishes. I just throw them away after I use them. So that again was another $17. So that was like about $20 each, $20 with taxes. So that took that. So his $100 went right away, but thank God for it. I needed it. And we're going to try and raise money tonight. We're going to try and raise as much as possible. I want people to know that I'm aiming for $650. If anyone makes any contributions, try and make them in the range of half $100 to $100. We've just got a message here. I'm going to take a look at it, see, and yeah, I'll just say, let me respond to our dear T Tank. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna give a private message here to T Tank. Okay. Okay, there we are. So everybody forgive me. It's hard for me to multitask. So there we are. My response to our man, T Tank Berry. And at least I gave T Tank Berry an acknowledgement for his help the other day. And in terms of what we're going to do now, we're going to have our dear man Aristides conduct his blurb, and then I'll remind people about the holidays that we're involved with. It is, of course, the 149th commemorative day of the Battle of Little Bighorn and Custer's Last Stand, and it transitions into the 10th anniversary of Obergefell versus Hodges. So this would be the silver and blue anniversary, and it's an anniversary of diamonds and daffodils. In the traditional sense, it was tin and aluminum that would be brought to gifts to people on their 10th anniversary. And I have no idea what tin and aluminum gifts would comprise. I think of cans and I think of preserves. Maybe this is what people would give to each other back in the day traditionally, and that seems quite fitting. It might even be cheap silverware of some sort. I have no idea if anyone can provide some hints as to that, but they've changed it to diamonds in the modern age. And I think that that's far more apropos. And of course, there are literally tens of thousands, actually hundreds of thousands of people celebrating their anniversary on this exact same day tomorrow, because all of them got married on the day that same-sex marriage was legalized. And it is also the same day as National Beautician's Day. And National Beautician's Day is something that I will explain a bit about soon enough. I'm going to answer another question here from dear Erin, who hopefully is on the call with us, and certainly is welcome to join the call, and will contribute vocally as he has in other ways. All right, let's turn this over to Aristides for a few moments. And take your time, Aristides. Say the blurb. I'll be right here with you. We are joined by Brendan Zogit. And, before Aristides goes into the blurb, dear Brendan, any updates that you'd like to provide us with? Don't be afraid to vent and cathart. Tell us if you're angry or frustrated. It's always bemusing and amusing to hear the horrors that you're going through in that environment.
Oh, it's hideous. It's horrifying. Just, yeah. Like,
So sorry.
we have construction going on at the site, and they blocked off every entrance, and we had to fight with the construction crews because they're like, this is what my boss told me, and we were telling them, well, look, we still have to work, so you guys got to figure this shit out. There was a whole incident of just bullshit. So there you go. Yeah. But we got it resolved, and they're just, like, blue-collar people are the biggest babies on earth, in my opinion.
Oh, they are! They are! Tell people about all the sheriffs. How you had like a whole battalion of sheriffs recently just show up, and there's a history of this now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, for a while they were just like floating around the entrance gate to see if I was going to check in every day or not. And then after I talked to you about it, they had a full-on meeting in the parking lot. Like, I want to say like 24 battalion, like 24 squad cars. So we're talking like 24, 30, like the full sheriff's department was there. It just didn't make any sense. Why would they be at this random school, like far away from their office? It's just super strange.
Yeah, with no warnings that there's a potential
Yeah.
for a school shooting or a bomb threat or anything like that.
Right.
Obviously, it
Well,
has...
it looked like they were having a picnic. They were all just chit-chatting. It just was weird. Yeah.
And Amy Como has joined us. Before we have Aristides do his blurb, how about a little status report, a situational update? I hope you noticed that I credited you in the latest transmission, honey. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I was putting in flooring.
Right. Yeah, tell us about this bamboo flooring. It looks stunning.
You loved it. I know. I did that today. I washed it all and slapped it on there. We still need probably like a quarter of they come in packs, and I probably need like a quarter more to finish the shed. It's not quite done, but it looks better. Looks nice. It's easier to sweep.
Yeah.
That's what I've been up to.
Well, that's wonderful. And so what about this home you showed me? What is this home that's on sale or something? Did you build that? I mean, you took part in building
that
it?
Was nothing. That was me sending you the wrong thing. That was me trying to send you a link to talk to you, and it just kept doing. It was so nuts. The Gmail was so ridiculous. I don't know what you said. I don't know what I said. I was trying to send you a meeting so we could look at each other and I could show you my floor. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever happened is fine. So yeah,
yeah, go on. Mm-hmm.
I got a little sunsick on Monday. We had 95-degree weather.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. And I had to go to the ER.
Whoa!
Yeah.
What?
It was bad.
Oh my God.
I was sick.
Oh
terrible.
My God. What, dehydration?
A little dehydrated. I really think it was the creamy. I think there was like something off with the ice cream that we ate because I just purged it and then passed out. And they had to call the ambulance to come and get me. So now we know they can get an ambulance down this road. We weren't sure for a long time if we'd ever be able to do that.
Wow. Well, now you know. What happened at the hospital?
Driveway's good.
What happened?
Nothing. Everybody was in the hospital with the same problem. It was just all people who couldn't deal with the heat.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's but that's, like you said, yours was beyond just dealing with the heat. It was something else. Yes. Yeah. And did they tell you that? Did they find anything else? Blood tests? Anything else? Like
they didn't find. I know there's so many things wrong with me, but they didn't find anything. They said you need to stay out of the sun. Duh. And pretty much sent me home.
Oh. Wait, now why were you so exposed to the sun again? Because you were working outside or what?
No, I wasn't working. I wasn't doing anything. We were just out. We were just here. And we went swimming. Mm-hmm. We got in the cold water. We stopped.
Where was this?
Ice
Not
cream.
that swimming pool. You used to have that swimming pool in the city, but here, where do you swim?
Oh, yeah. The Johnson's not a city, but I just go to the rivers. There's all kinds of rivers on the mountains here.
You're not afraid of pollution? They don't have that pollution that you were talking about in the place?
Oh, yeah. Of course they do. But we just send the tourists to those spots. We don't actually go there.
Oh.
No, I have spots that I like that are spring fed, that are like glacial melt from the mountain from the winter.
And they're very nice. Cold then. They're very cold. So that it was that cold shock from the water.
95 degrees is good for any kind of shocking cold. It's really fine. Like it feels really good. Like it's not unwelcome when it's so warm. Those are desert temperatures. Like we don't ever see that. They're always maybe 90. but it was like 95.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was hot. Nobody knew what to do.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of people at the river, at some spots. We just went to one that didn't have anybody, that nobody knew about.
Mm-hmm. No.
But no,
95
and
is
we have
hot. You guys are weak out there.
Well, they're so used to the fucking cold. They're so used to the fucking cold. Yes.
yeah, we think 40 degrees is warm. That's the difference. It's 40 degrees is plenty warm enough. But yeah,
It's been
the
95
90.
every day for the last week.
Yeah,
I get that. I know.
And he works out in it. Tell him
Yeah.
you work out inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and my site turned off all the air conditioners, and they said, too bad. You guys have to clean rooms inside of rooms in 95 degrees.
Oh God. Oh God.
And this weekend, it's going to be over 100.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Walk away from that torture. It's okay. The little voice of Amy can be in Brennan's head.
Yeah. Oh, they're glitching you out, Amy. They're glitching you out.
Oh, I'm just giving Brendan a pep talk for leaving his job.
Yes. So he can enjoy the homelessness that you enjoyed for a period of time.
You mean I'm still enjoying? I still enjoy my homeless bamboo flooring.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, do you still consider yourself homeless, honey, because of the...
Essentially.
Yeah. Oh, what a way to... Oh, what a way to live. Honey, you've got to do something about that. Aaron Tice has joined us. I think, did he join us? Aaron, come on. Okay, he didn't. JD sent us, John Doe said, here we are, differences between heat exhaustion and heat stroke. Does this look familiar to you, honey? Do you feel you were suffering any?
Let me look.
Yes.
Faint, dizzy, sweating, clammy, muscle cramps. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Heat stroke. Yeah, so my temperature was 97 degrees at all points. So probably exhaustion.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And
I did actually faint, though.
I think it's bad ice cream, too. Like you said, there's something horrible in the ice cream. That was some food poisoning. There was a combination of food poisoning involved with that. I mean, that's yuck. It curdled or something. What flavor was it?
Maple. I thought this maple nut topping. I think it was the maple nut topping.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
You're welcome.
Oh. They're glitching you, honey. They're glitching you bad. Oh my God. For some reason, they don't want you to talk about, your health problems or to admonish me.
Tree sap. I was mostly talking about tree sap.
Okay, tree sap. There we are. Tree sap.
Tree sap
got
for
it.
Vampires.
Yes, I got it. That's cute. And of course, my sun sickness is very different from other people's sun sickness, but we can always discuss that again in the near future. In the interim, darling, let's have Aristides do his blurb. So, dear Aristides, if you would be so kind, take it from here.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right. Well, as soon as you show up, and you shouldn't wait for all this opening discussion, you should just immediately hit the thumbs up upvote there underneath the program window. That is very important because we need that to keep Douglas on the up and up in the algorithm. There's a thumbs down there. I know you couldn't imagine hitting that, but there are those who do, possibly using bots and numbers, and for the reason of making them harder to be discovered and searched and suggested, etc. And so please hit the thumbs up, very important. Please make sure the subscribe button is on and that the notification bell is turned on. That does put a very handy pop-up to your computer or device. You know when we're here, but life gets busy, or in case the stream gets cut off and he has to restart, that takes a while. So please do do those things. You do need an account to do those things. It won't work if you're not signed into YouTube. So I'm sure it's easy to make an account. Please do so if you haven't. Once you have one, you can actually under your account you can make sub channels, which normally would be for partitioning content. But the cool thing is each one of them can do a separate upvote as well. I've just done 2 upvotes. You can do the same thing. It's pretty easy to do. Just make sure you switch back to your like normal account to chat with and move on with, and not logged into your another one, or not account, but the channel, but stuck in your channel identity there. Okay. Also, in terms of upvotes, once the program is not live anymore, it's converted to a regular video. The comments underneath the window are enabled. That's different than the live chat that you will see that may be replayed. Douglas will always put a pinned comment there with his crucial info, and please upvote that as well for similar reasons. I did make sure I was just finishing the last listening to the last transmission, and I made sure I did that. Please do that as well, plus any other positive comments you see there. Let's see. Please, you can also grab the YouTube link right out of the browser bar, and that will remain the same after it's live. So if you share that now, or record it now, or whatever you do, put it in a chat or email it to somebody, later on it will still bring them to the program. And also after it is live, I don't think it works with the live, as you're listening or viewing technically because it's a video. At least on the computer, it works that I can like right click at any given time while you're listening, and it will you can copy link at that time, so you can send a timestamped link to someone, so it brings them. I'll have to try it on the phone. I'm sure there's a way. It's just always more awkward on a phone than with a computer, to me, most things. Not because I'm bad with phones, but just they're just not made with the same degree of control and functionality. But I'm sure there's a way. I'll look into that. But you can send a timestamp link to if you want to bring somebody right to a specific point, which is handy. So we've already got the PayPal link in the chat. Is crucially important that anybody who's been on the verge, I'd really like to help out, and well, now is the time. Douglas really has a lot of extra demands this month, so please find that. We'll try to keep that visible there in the chat. And if you cannot find it, or if you're just listening on audio and not actually looking at anything, you can find him on PayPal. If you need to, go into their search bar, search for his handle there is Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word. Dietrich is Dietrich, Dietrich, in case there's any doubt there. So you should be able to search for him, find him, and send him money. I believe even if you don't have a PayPal account, I think you can do that with just a credit card. So if that's holding you back, please go, and I'm sure you can find where to click through to just send money with credit card. Sure, PayPal lets you do that because somehow they get a cut, so they're happy to oblige, I'm sure. What else? I think that is about it. Is there anything else I normally say?
Well, you're doing great. You're doing beautifully, and I can't think of anything else at the moment. So
Send money.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, can't say that enough.
Yeah.
And I'll reemphasize that, so don't worry. Okay, so thank you so much, dear Aristides, and as always, that's great. And I've already got some emails that might be simply trolling, but I'll take these as earnest questions. I try to assume the best. Actually, they're not. They're just plain fucking trolling. And they're probably sent malevolently. But they're saying stupid things like, Well, we notice that you've altered the photograph to hide some of this individual's features. Of course, which part of we're trying to hide the identity of my son's husband do you not understand? That's been emphasized repeatedly and constantly, and it's one of the reasons why Peter Moon was such a wretched individual for attempting to dox him. And there we have that. It should be recognized by now that there are certain parts of my narrative that have been explained repeatedly, and yet people don't seem to understand them, and worse yet, they take them and they twist them in such a manner as to take evidence verifying what I say to be true and somehow claiming that it renders what I say to be otherwise. A good example being the company Ringodal, which is Japanese but operates through one of its outlets out of Taiwan. And this is because of cooperation with the Dietrich Artelect and biofac simulacra that are sold through that company. It's like adopting a child. You have to fill out forms. And yet somehow people like Nemo have taken that and say, oh, this is where Douglas gets his photographs of biofacs from. That's, well, Douglas, did he think I made the biofacs? The biofacs are what I said were always made by this company. The company was contracted by the Department of Defense in the United States to provide them with biofac simulacra. It's, which part of anything that I've said do people not understand? Then when they run across the evidence...
I thought you said you birthed them.
Oh, yeah,
you said you birthed them.
Oh, that's it. Yes, I shit them out. Yes, it's like... It's incredible. It's incredible. It's like... I
don't understand what is the latest bullshit. They're complaining about you cropping a photo. I mean, what... Everyone does that has a camera. What are you talking about?
And it's like, well, also, if you take a look at it, the photo, it has some brushing on it. What I would call airbrushing. This is something my son did digitally. I don't know. I think in old terms. So he did it with the program.
Well, that's what the tool's called. The tool's called a brush, even on the computer.
Okay, thank you. Where he brushed off aspects where that would be too revelatory, basically the hair and the hair color of his husband. So that's brushed out. And but they say, oh, you're hiding something. And that somehow renders the photo false. No, it simply verifies everything that I said, that we're hiding my son's husband's identity, which has been part of the narrative. Just like...
It proves the point that you're taking the photos.
Yes.
Or people around you are taking the photos. You guys aren't swooping them from Malaysian cosplayers.
Yes. Thank you. That's like, and they don't even know the difference. You can tell them about how Lena Shea was so ignorant of Asia. Her and the others couldn't tell the difference between Malaysia.
Well, that was my
Singapore.
favorite one.
Yeah.
He's like, I've exposed Doug, Brendan. You gotta see this. And I said, okay, send it to me. And it was a Malaysian bot account where they like aggregate all these different cosplayers. And she said, look, this is where he gets his photos from. It's from this one guy, and it was like some Malaysian like stage name. And I was like, this is like a bunch of different Asians. This is not one Asian. It was like a Thai cosplayer. It was a Malaysian cosplayer. They swooped some of your guys' photos because you said your son shares them a lot overseas.
Yeah. Not only that, but he actually travels to Asia as well. But go on, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it was like an amalgam page so they can get more clicks. They just put a bunch of them together. And she thought it was a single person. And I was like, this is not a single person. This is a bunch of different Asian people. You're just so racist you can't tell.
And not to mention, you pointed out the writing, that the writing was there was some that was in Malay and others that were in that.
Yeah, it said I'm based in Malaysia, but the account was written in Thai.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so obviously something's up with this. It's not what you think it is. You know.
Oh yeah, and it happens a lot because it's just the nature of the beast in Asia is that you have this cross stream of cultures, but anyone familiar with Asian cultures will know, oh, okay, this is a Thai fan account where they take pictures that they like, that they find to be pretty and attractive, and they put them up, and then this one's in Malay, and it just goes on. But to the gangstalkers, this is all somehow
They
evidence.
thought it was a single person.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, okay, you guys are stupid.
Thank you. That's and there we have that.
And the same thing happened recently when the one that was sent to me, Doug gets his photos from this person, and it was, if you click on the photo, it takes you to an account that has a bunch of different people. That, like, yeah, some of them were Eastern European, but it was not the same person. It was a bunch of different people in one account. Like,
Yes.
as they basically, people repost it.
Yes.
That's all it was. But for some reason, people can't use the internet, or I don't know.
Well, they don't know what they're looking at, and then they're trying to.
They want to see you as some kind of scammer. Like,
That's
so they'll
it.
just come to the conclusion.
Yes.
Like, oh, he's scammed.
Thank you, and that's their obsession. That's their obsession, and so they're like, yeah. But thank you very much for that rundown, Brendan, and you've really said it all. Though of course there's always more details to be had with that, so such being said, we'll certainly dive.
And then my ultimate thing is, like, even if you take the photos, who the fuck? What's the point of that? I don't understand how that destroys you. Like, he's taking photos from somewhere else. So does every freaking advertising agency on earth. Like, what are you talking about?
That was the part that was, I
So
think,
redundant.
that was the part that was the most. There's no way to describe the frustration with my illustrations, where I would explain to people that there's illustrations that I did literally when I was in my teens that obviously are all over the internet at this point. And then people will say my own illustrations are illustrations that I've copied. And that is just, you can't win. It's just it's horrific. It's like it's these people just are desperate to say,
Right.
You're stealing your illustrations, you're stealing
And
your
again,
photographs.
what would, like, if you're not selling it, what would be the point of lying about it? It just doesn't. That's just weird.
Thank
it doesn't
you. Thank you. Beyond which, how have I gotten this far without any cease and desist orders or legal repercussions? It's like it's obvious no one is pursuing this if such is the case. So where are
But these people believe the nun outfit. They're jacking off over that.
That was funny. That was funny.
Yeah.
Yes, that
shit was hot, so therefore it must be Doug.
Yes. That they'll go for. That was the thing that it was like, that was the part that, again, was so sick about Peter Moon, was when we had to get on the camera and I was explaining to Brendan how disappointed Peter was, like, you don't look like in your photographs. And I'm like, no, I'm at home and I'm in the crypt and I don't have the lighting. I'm not in a studio. And do you know how much time it takes to dress like a child prostitute and put on makeup? And I had no idea this was supposed to be a cam sex session. I thought we were working on the book. And
that's what he meant. He said, "Work for me, Doug." Yeah, that's what he meant.
Yeah, that's really what he meant. Yes, that's what it came down to. It was, and then get this shit. If Aaron drops by tonight, if he finds the time to do that, he can confirm. Of course, I took him through the Tenderloin, and obviously I'm gunned and bladed. And Peter Moon, who was with me in San Francisco, said, "I didn't see any guns or blades on you." And it's like, I'm thinking, am I supposed to wear them in a holster? What am I supposed to do? Put them on display? Are you
like
that
for Rambo and shit?
Yeah, what? How? It's like, it's these people are like, what world do they live in? And yet when I was working in security and I had to take public transport, then I would get the questions like, is that a real gun? And I was just thinking, why on earth would I go out with a giant squirt gun in a holster just to get, taken out by the police for no goddamn good reason? I mean, it's like, when they see something, they don't believe it to be real. And so people are, but where does this pathological skepticism come from? Because I noticed that it's never applied to when someone gets on the stage and say, I talk with blue aliens, or I channel zeta reticuli. There's none of this pathological skepticism. Everybody just accepts it and just rolls with it, and oh, we're learning the secrets of the universe. It's no, there's something about what I say that hits people so hard, and it's so painful. They look for anything they can to avoid accepting it because it's that painful. And but that's the world where
they'll pick. It'll be like, okay, so you can do a spell to kill someone,
Yeah.
you know, but I won't believe the part about, you know, your photos are World War II.
yes.
So it's just bizarre. It's just weird.
Yes. And by the way, Brendan's right. Yes, we were asked to kill someone. I mean we, because Brendan was approached first. I know.
Yeah.
We might. Yeah, up to you. We can organically go there. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go right now. I have another
Understood.
call coming in, but I'll return shortly.
Okay. Bless you.
All
Stay
right.
safe. Okay. So, yeah, Brendan is in his work environment. Oh, wait, he may be getting off work soon. He checks out the work soon enough, but like he says, he's got other calls going on. And that's a good thing. So, dear Amy, so, but, okay, so you've obviously been through a lot lately. What about Tokyo? How's his health? How's things going with him in general? And his mother? Any updates on that situation? Is his sister now in full control and no one's fighting that? And, you know, it's just, she's just going to take that little home and, you know, or...
I have no idea, Douglas.
Okay.
I have no idea. His mom has been back and forth between the sister's house and their house in Pittsburgh. I'm hoping that everything works out perfectly with that. I really don't know how that's going. I mean, it's so hard to know when you're not right there, first of all. And they've had really horrendous heat wave weather as well, which has got to be hard. Going back and forth to different tests at the hospital, and I don't know. I really was just incapacitated when it happened, and like an hour before I was fine. An hour before I was swimming. It was like
Jesus.
I was totally fine, and then all of a sudden I just was sick, just terribly sick, and I couldn't. He was like, just get out of the sun. I was like, I can't get out of the sun. I can't move. I'm sick.
Oh,
I can't
man.
move. It's bad. It's bad.
And that's when he
it's
called the
bad.
ambulance. Did he try to cover you or shade you?
Oh yeah, there was a long drama over. Well, I wasn't with Toke. I was with his friend Brian, and he went and got Toke, and we couldn't decide whether or not they were going to just drive me to the hospital. But I was hoping that if the ambulance crew had an IV, I could just get an IV. You know?
If only it were that simple. Yeah.
I know. And the it was so great. The ambulance driver grew up across the street from me. So it was just, and he lives like right down the road now, and he couldn't believe that I was laying on the ground, couldn't move, sick, terrible. I haven't seen him in 30 years. So yeah, it was
But he
quite the
recognized
weekend.
you?
Oh yeah, we like grew up across the street from each other. Like he grew up in the house across the street from me.
So he
The
recognized
ambulance
you.
driver.
He recognized
Yeah.
you. And
Oh yeah,
okay, that's good. And that's
I know.
that's incredible.
Small town.
Yeah.
Small town, and they were super busy. Every person who worked for the ambulance was taken. The ones with the IV skill, and I got the two that don't do IVs. I got the two that, and they were just calling around to see if they could get an IV, and then they just brought me into the ER.
It was the best
And
thing
still
to
then,
do.
they were so busy, it took like a half hour for them to actually just put the fluids in.
You're lucky it took only half an hour, honey. I mean, Jesus Christ, there's other places.
Oh, well, we were experts at how to deal with the ER because we had been doing it with his mom. So, twice. Like we had to do it ourselves, and then we had to do it when his sister brought her to the ER as well. like hearing it all over again, you know, saying, well, she's not going to be able to do this, or this was the problem before. And, you know, like, we just knew that, like, you have to stay on them. And I was like, as soon as they left the room, I was like, tell me what time it is. And he was like, 8 o'clock. I was like, 8:30. If they don't come in here by 8:30, you go out there, you get me something to drink, because they won't let you drink after you vomit.
Yeah.
After you purge something, they don't want you putting anything else in there until they make sure nothing else is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense if you're calling the ambulance. But I didn't think I could do it. I didn't think I could do a ride to the hospital. I was hoping that they could just give me the goods, give me the oxygen and the fluids.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. They have to. An ambulance cannot do a house visit and just give you what you need and then leave. They have to take you to a hospital. Are you familiar with some different sort of modus operandi or method of operation? Have you ever witnessed them just visit somebody's home and do something like that?
Well, sure.
Really?
Of course.
You're kidding. That must be entirely.
I grew up with the people who did it. I'm
Okay.
this is like. I mean, I just grew up in a family of people who do healthcare, so
Right,
I saw that shit all the time.
Right, just so people know, Amy's mother was a nurse, I believe, at least.
Uh-huh.
Right? And your father ran the
Yes.
pharmacy. Your father ran the local pharmacy, so everybody loved your father because they were getting all their drugs from him.
Of course. Who wouldn't?
Oh,
Who wouldn't love this man?
so were you able to hear the joke that I made? Like I said, we were laughing with you, not at you. Were you able to hear the joke?
I wish. I couldn't find it anywhere. I listened twice to the same show.
Okay, I'll
over and
have to
over again.
timestamp.
I didn't even hear the other show.
I'll have to timestamp it. I'll have to timestamp it. Then I'll go back
Jeez.
and find it.
Better be good if I have to keep listening over and over.
I'll timestamp it. There's no way to describe it. You just have to hear it. It's really fucking funny. Sorry I put you through that, but hey. Other than that, it's we're glad you survived your latest ordeal. And as you say, Tokyo seems to be as stable as possible. And anything else you want to bring up politically? What about current affairs in the world scene, domestic scene? Go ahead and cut loose whatever comes to your mind as something important we should pay attention to before I start deep diving into my analysis of ongoing events.
Yeah, I wish I could, Doug. You're the man. People, send him money. Send some money to Douglas so Amy can keep working on her floor in her homeless shed. And you know, I don't know these things. I leave it up to you guys to bring it to me. Bring me the reality that is existing right now, because it all seems beyond me, beyond what I could ever imagine. I can't express like how I just want to finish my little shed. Just want to seal in the walls, finish the floor, solid the roof, and then do the steps. Pretty basic stuff.
Yes.
That's all I can handle right now, Douglas. That's it. That's all I can handle is just what's right in front of me. And you know what I was thinking? You know where else is a really bad time to practice noble silence?
Where?
The hospital.
Yes!
The hospital's a bad time to just be like, wait,
Yeah, go on.
okay, I'm in the hospital again. I need to talk to these people. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, like you said, tell people about the danger of noble silence in a hospital. It's basically, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You need to let them know that you need attention, or they're just going to let you die.
It's pretty incredible. Like, you do have to speak up for yourself. You do have to explain to them that the oxygen doesn't work because you have Raynaud's, and so there's no circulation in your limbs. So yeah, all this is never going to translate to, a better tomorrow. But, maybe we could train more mobile doctors or phlebotomists and do something about the state of affairs in the street where you got to kill people because they deserve to die.
You heard me say that.
I do. I hear you say it all the time. Most of the time I'm like, Douglas is on one. Just let him go. Probably had a bad night with the prostitute. Poor dude.
Oh, you're delightful, Amy. I love you. Okay.
I love you too. I want you to go for it. Just get on it. Do it. Make it happen.
We'll do that, and feel free to interject anytime you wish. Obviously,
I'm gonna listen on the other phone because it is the end of the night, and his sister gets the bill.
No, they're cutting you off. They're glitching you, honey. Say that again. Where we can hear. Yes, there we are.
So I need to listen on the other phone, which means I don't have Teams.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
That's the problem.
I see.
But
okay.
I will listen.
All right.
And if you want.
Yeah, if I want, you'll what?
I was thinking about the wrench. I was going to throw the wrench around, but I can't do that because that's on this phone.
That's right.
Again, overthinking.
Yeah, no worries.
Second guessing.
No worries, but I appreciate the fact that you're listening, and of course we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, and for God's sakes, take care of yourself and stop indulging in all that maple syrup ice cream. Disgusting.
Snot. It's like I'm eating cow snot, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. That's what it is to me. Ooh, yeah.
I know. I've heard you tell me that, and I agree. I do. I totally agree.
Yes, tree sap and cow. Tree sap and cow snot. Yes. Oh my God.
A new monster.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Well, okay. And all right, I'll get that timestamp to you probably after the after the weekend at the latest. I'll try and get to you
whenever you do. I'll get it. Okay.
Yes.
Very good.
Get it. All right. I'll try and get it to you before then, but likely afterwards and at the latest. Okay. So that's Amy Como, our beloved care correspondent in Vermont, and a state that she should leave. It's a state of mind apparently that has her trapped with its charms, and as far as I'm concerned, nothing charming about it. So. Again, just want people to know that this is a fundraiser transmission. We're trying to raise 650 United States dollars. Everybody contribute what you can. Try and aim for at least raising $150 tonight. And that will help immensely in and of itself. So somebody contribute that if that's all you can contribute. Otherwise, let's aim for a $100 contribution if you can. All of this goes quite quickly because there's always the need for resupply for just basic necessities. Granted, I will be gone throughout the weekend, but when I come home, I keep myself quite hydrated, and it's important that I do so. Again, this is the 10th anniversary of Obergefell-v-Hodges. It's, I believe it was 576 of the United States legislative accomplishments. Basically, they say it's 576 U.S. 644. It is a landmark decision of the SCOTUS, the acronym for the Supreme Court of the United States, which ruled that the fundamental right to marry is guaranteed to same-sex couples by both the Due Process Clause and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. And just 1 year later, on June 26th of 2015, the United States Supreme Court declared same-sex marriage legal in all 100 states and union through their ruling in Obergefell versus Hodges. Of course, this is all available to you in text of tonight's episode if you open up the summary. So do open the text box and review that at your leisure. Also, tomorrow will be National Beautician's Day, a day to appreciate and celebrate the work of beauticians and other professionals in the personal care industry. To celebrate, you could thank your beautician, like leave a nice comment on their social media, send a thank you card, or contribute a generous tip, or treat yourself, schedule an appointment with your favorite beautician, or try a new service. You could support local businesses, consider purchasing products or gift cards from your local salon or spa, and share the love. Spread the word on social media using hashtag National Beautician's Day. Again, I've already thanked T-Tank Barry. There are 2 other people I neglected to thank with our last episode because I was so sick. I took advantage of rating my care provision boxes. I do have a great care provision box that was provided by Sammy Romero. The first thing I did was I took the edibles out of that and I devoured those long time ago. But there's still other things in there. I am progressively going to use the slippers, etc. And they're all very important. And another individual, I don't know who it is, someone sent me a care provision box a while back that I'm just now beginning to rate. It had incredible socks in it. Incredibly thick woolen socks, very high quality that I've been taking advantage of. Whoever you are, I love you dearly. God bless you. I'm crossing myself right now and praying that you're still alive and in the best of health and will continue to be so for quite some time to come. So I want to thank that nameless care package provider and as well, especially since our last episode before tonight was the Barbarossa commemorative day, I want to thank Super Clutch 420. So everyone, please go to Super Clutch 420's channel on YouTube. And I'm going to see now if I can just look that up and then provide the link for his channel in our chat. And I want everyone, if at all possible, to subscribe. So subscribe to his channel as well. He is someone who puts up summaries of my shows, and he does a great job of it. And you need to upvote all of his all of his videos, please. Upvote his videos, review them at your leisure. He's got 41 videos at least. A number of them are summations of my own episodes, and so let's see what we can do here. We're going to put this in live stream, and we're going to put that in oh good, our man Vril put that up. Good man, excellent. Thank you so much, dear Aristides. He's the best. See, he's way ahead of the game. And and of course I'll put that here into our Infinite Call text box for everyone who's on Infinite Call. This includes Aaron Tice. Please make certain to subscribe to this channel and do your upvotes. This would be like supporting a man. This is a Super Clutch 420 is a member of Team Dietrich, without a doubt, and deserves all the support that we can give him. Now, when it comes to supporting myself, understand that my state of impoverishment, this is how the right wins, even when they're losing. The radicalized right, the Russophiliac radicalized right, the Russo collaborationists, they have a mass media empire. Ben Shapiro reaches millions on YouTube every goddamn day. Fox News dominates cable. Joe Rogan spreads radicalized Russophile right-wing talking points to the most listened to podcast audience in the world. Steven Crowder floods social media with Russian-sponsored disinformation, and rage bait. Influencers, meme factories, coordinated content farms, all operated out of the Kremlin, dumped right into that space between your ears. They never stop. Democrats, we raise billions and blow it on ineffective TV ads that vanish after Election Day. It doesn't matter if our politicians raise far more money. It doesn't matter if our ideas are far more popular. In 2024, Kamala Harris outraised Donald Trump nearly 3-1. Democrats significantly outraised Republicans across the board. And we still lose because the Russo collaborationist, Russian radicalized right manipulate it directly out of Moscow. They control the media. And that's all that matters. I'm on the media, and all I've got is you. And it's your war. It doesn't matter to me if you lose. It matters to you. You've got to fight this war. But the only way you can fight it is to support myself. So you really have to start contributing. You can't just passively listen. You've got to put in the money. And now the news. Now, yesterday marked 3 years since the Supreme Court struck down federal abortion protections with its Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization decision. On the anniversary of Dobbs, the state of abortion is bad. Real bad. We have now entered a new phase of Western-led global savagery, prefigured by the genocide in Gaza, in which all pretenses have been dropped and only the logic of raw, unrestrained violence remains. The gangster empire has taken us from Tolstoy to Trump, whence War and Peace is reduced to an all-caps tweet. Civilization has taken a strange path between the 12,000 pages of Leo Tolstoy and Donald Trump's tweets. Today, War and Peace are declared in a few concise sentences, printed in capital letters. The president of the world's leading power seems convinced that he can bend reality to his will, even the most brutal reality, that of war. The ceasefire, pulled out from under his red MAGA hat on the night of Monday through into Tuesday morning, encountered a few hiccups at the start, but appears to be successfully enforced now that the master of the game has expressed his wrath against any violation. It should be noted that, since his transformation into a peacemaker, Trump has treated Israel and Iran as strictly equals, alternately promising them love, peace, and prosperity, or facing his wrath if they stray from the road of truth and righteousness. This development marks an unexpected decline in Israel's strategic advantage. The warlord, who felt triumphant after massive airstrikes against Iranian nuclear sites, floated the idea of a regime change in Tehran, using the slogan, "Make Iran great again! MEGA!" In the era of Donald Trump, slogans accompany battles and can even influence their outcome. While the region seemed on the brink of escalation Monday evening, the American president fortunately declared that the Iranian response was merely formal, going so far as to thank the mullah's regime for warning him. So we have now witnessed the non-development of retaliatory de-escalation, a term I never thought I would have to coin. I mean, who the fuck would have even entertained such a phrase throughout all of man's history? We clearly are on the verge of new developments in human intercourse, even in amidst hostilities. You see, Iran retaliated for a weekend attack on its nuclear facilities by firing missiles at an American aerobase in Qatar, a response that had all the hallmarks of an offer of de-escalation. Yes, I realize it doesn't make any fucking sense. That's the way the world works now. Iran's attack was reportedly telegraphed well in advance. Iran's Supreme National Security Council said the number of missiles fired matched the number of bombs dropped by the United States on the Islamic Republic, and that its strike posed no danger to Qatar, which it called our friendly and brotherly country. One official with knowledge of Western intelligence assessments said the retaliatory attack was a typical example of an off-ramp escalation. They warned that the more difficult part is understanding whether and at what point Israel would stop its own attacks on Iran, which have killed hundreds of people. U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday seemed open to the potential for ending the Irano-American conflict with a single exchange of fire. Nevertheless, by launching a surprise attack on Iran, with no publicly known threat to these United States, and following more than a week of war triggered by Israel's own unprovoked surprise aerostrikes, Trump's bombing set off a new firestorm at home. The Republicans' actions were assailed by Democrats and by a few in his own party as unconstitutional and risking yet another American imperial war in the Middle East. And whether the strikes accomplished Trump's stated intent, which was destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities, well, that's yet to be known. Though international observers said significant damage was likely, before American intelligence declared it wasn't. But if the United States starts the war, Iran will end it. Forget about the Hormuz Strait blockade. The world has much more to lose. It's said that in any conflict, the most dangerous opponent is the one with the least to lose, while those holding more assets inevitably reveal vulnerabilities. In the current Irano-American tensions, Iran is the low-stakes player, while America and the global order have everything to lose. And this makes the dynamics extremely dangerous. Realistically, how much damage can a weakened Iran actually inflict on America or the world? Aside from America and Israel, which started it all, which other nations truly have skin in this game? The answer lies in Iran's potential disproportionate retaliation, the very deterrent that has prevented global powers from attacking its strategic assets for decades. While America itself may be untouchable, Iran can certainly deliver this answer to American imperial allies stationed in Iran's neighborhood. In the event of any attack, Iran will not hesitate to target Gulf states, having already lost so much. At that point, striking neighbors and provoking multiple nations, beyond just America, would hardly make its situation any the worse for Iran. Iran has already attacked Saudi oil fields in the past. To begin with the recent U.S. attack on Iran, I believe that the reckless, illegal, and unprovoked bombing of a sovereign nation, especially its civilian nuclear facilities, must be unequivocally condemned and opposed, regardless of its consequences. Even if the attack were to somehow leave no fallout, it would still constitute a grave international crime. But of course, this will not be consequence-free. Quite the opposite. We're basically entering a new world disorder. The first major consequence, in broader terms, is that this strike dealt a final irreparable blow to what little remained of the post-war international legal and institutional framework. That order was already in tatters, shredded by a year and a half of Western-backed genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gaza. But this latest attack makes it official. Western powers no longer feel the need to cloak their actions in legality, morality, or even the facade of diplomatic legitimacy. By bombing Iran, the United States has openly declared that the only operative logic in foreign policy is that of raw, unrestrained violence. And while this logic is nothing new for the West, just look at the long list of nations invaded, bombed, regime changed, and destroyed over the past 12 decades alone, at the cost of millions of lives. At least in the past, there was some attempt to manufacture consent or feign respect for international law. That minimal restraint, however hypocritical, forced some degree of accountability, however flimsy. Today, even that pretense is gone. In Gaza, and now with the strikes on Iran, the gloves are fully off. What we're witnessing is a regression to a kind of global lawlessness, a might makes right free-for-all, where nothing is off limits. Not the mass slaughter of civilians, not the bombing of nuclear sites, not even the complete sidelining of international institutions. And all of this is happening in the nuclear age, a reality that brings us all to the next point. A new age of nuclear proliferation. This attack will inevitably accelerate nuclear proliferation. The lesson that every non-nuclear state has now learned is this: if you do not possess nuclear weapons, you are a target. Iran was not bombed because it was close to acquiring a nuclear weapon. It wasn't anywhere near close. More on that soon enough. But precisely, it was attacked because it didn't have one. Just like Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and others, which were all attacked only after being disarmed or never having nuclear deterrence. North Korea, on the other hand, has never been attacked and never will be. Why? Because it has a credible nuclear deterrent. The message is clear. The only real insurance against Western aggression is a nuclear arsenal. This will trigger a dangerous new arms race as more countries scramble to acquire nuclear weapons, with catastrophic implications for global security. Then there is the fantasy of regime change. Trump is now openly talking about regime change in Iran, an idea that is as dangerous as it is delusional. On principle, it is highly disturbing that in 2025, Western leaders still believe they have the right to forcibly overthrow governments whose political, economic, or civilizational models they dislike. This is imperialism, pure and simple. But even on a practical level, the idea is sheer fantasy. Iran is a country of 90 million people, 10 times the population of Israel, with a large, well-trained military and deeply entrenched national institutions. The notion that it could be liberated by foreign powers and that its people would welcome American imperial or Israeli bombs with gratitude is the stuff of neo-colonial hallucinations. Yes, many Iranians undoubtedly despise their regime, just as many of us despise our own regimes here in the West. But this doesn't mean that we would welcome Red China or Iran as liberators if they decided to regime change our country. And yet this is precisely the kind of madness being normalized in mainstream Western discourse. All of which will lead, has already led, to a multi-frontal global war. This conflict is not isolated. It is but one front in a wider, slowly unfolding world war between the United States-led West and a growing bloc of non-Western powers that are, paradoxically, aligned with the United States of America against the rest of the West, comprised of, at the forefront, my Taiwan, the Empire of Japan. Yes, those are the leaders of the West today. Followed by Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the new United Germany over Europe, the Fifth French Republic, and a reemergent British Empire. Against the American Empire, in fusion with the Russian Empire, Red China, and, ironically, Iran, along with Zionist Israel at the forefront of this new synaxis, hell-bent on destroying world order. From Ukraine to the Gaza Strip, from the Red Sea to the Taiwan Strait, a geopolitical confrontation is now playing out across multiple theaters. Iran is a strategic partner for both the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, and they're not just going to stand by. In the wake of the attack, Moscow has already pledged military support, and Beijing is indirectly assisting Iran through Pakistan. If escalation continues, the risk of a direct confrontation between major powers, all of them nuclear armed, increases dramatically. That brings us to the coming blowback. To think that the West will suffer no retaliation for this attack is pure fantasy. Imagine if Iran had bombed a civilian nuclear facility in the United States or United Kingdom, and then said, "Now it's time for peace. Let us negotiate." There would be hysterical calls for nuking Iran out of existence. So it would be delusional to think that there will be no reprisal against Western countries. Protracted blowback is not just likely, it's inevitable. It could come in the form of terrorism, sabotage, cyber attacks, or proxy retaliation. As an American of half Germanic descent, I'm especially concerned. American imperial bases in the new United Germany are vital to American operations in the Middle East, and that makes the United Germany a potential target. And there are, of course, the economic shockwaves. Iran has now threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly 20% of the world's oil supply flows. If that happens, the global economy could be thrown into chaos. Energy prices would soar, supply chains would rupture, and ordinary people, especially in Europe, already suffering from the fallout of the energy war with the Russian Empire, would bear the brunt of the damage. Once again, geopolitical recklessness will be paid for by the working classes of the West. And on the media narrative, I want to briefly address a talking point being circulated in the Western press. Iran was weeks away from building a nuclear weapon. This is demonstrably false. In March of 2025, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified that United States intelligence agencies had found no evidence of any active nuclear weapons program in Iran since 2003. Iran, unlike Israel, is a signatory to the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and subject, again, unlike Israel, to international inspections. In fact, negotiations were ongoing when Israel struck on June 13th, a clear attempt to sabotage diplomacy. But even if Iran were pursuing nuclear weapons, on what legal or ethical grounds can Israel, a nuclear-armed rogue apartheid state that has never signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or even the United States, deny other regional actors the same capability as themselves? The argument that Israel alone is entitled to nuclear weapons in the region is both hypocritical and destabilizing, to say the least. As John Mearsheimer has proven long ago, nuclear weapons are instruments of deterrence. If Iran had them, the current crises would not even exist. Indeed, the notion that Israel is somehow hell-bent on defending itself from an Iran that is hell-bent on destroying Israel at all costs, and that the first thing it would do, Iran, if it acquired nuclear weapons, would be to nuke Israel, is ludicrous, laughably ridiculous. Even the 2014 Pentagon report on Iran's military capabilities concluded, and here I read therefrom, their very conclusion, in a single fucking sentence. Iran's military doctrine is purely defensive. I guess I should read the second sentence in conclusion. It is designed to deter an attack, survive an initial strike, retaliate against an aggressor, and force a diplomatic solution to hostilities while avoiding any concessions that challenge its core interests. The so-called axes of resistance led by Iran, often cited as proof of Iran's aggressive intentions, is in fact a reaction to the 2003 American imperial aggression against Iraq, and the subsequent expansion of American military presence across the region. After all, it is Iran, not the United States, that is encircled by foreign military bases. Then there are the domestic consequences. This isn't only a threat to international security. It's also a profound threat to what little freedoms we still have left within the West itself. Makest no mistake, the Western ruling classes' open embrace of mafia-style gangsterism abroad also means that they will have no qualms about brushing aside whatever ethical, legal, constitutional, and democratic constraints that still stand in the way of their desperate, hallucinatory bid to preserve the crumbling order. Even Trump's own base is showing signs of fracture now. Many were drawn to him precisely because of his anti-war rhetoric, particularly on Iran. Now they are watching that promise betrayed in real time. This attack may well be remembered as a turning point, when the last illusions of rules-based order dissolved, when the final guardrails of restraint were removed, and when the world stumbled into a particularly dangerous, chaotic, and ungoverned phase of global conflict. The fallout will not be limited to the Middle East. It will spread politically, economically, and militarily into every corner of the world. And unless there is a radical shift in Western political thinking, it may soon be too late to pull back from the abyss. In interim, global shipping is staying calm about the Strait of Hormuz. Amid all the chaos and missile fire, ships are still sailing as normal. Now is the moment that America can learn from Iran's failure, while the smug idea that Israel can get away with anything without ever paying a price seems to have vanished. How did Israel overcome a country 75 times its size? The answer matters not just for the region, but for anyone else looking to avoid Iran's mistakes and its fate. The world's craziest ceasefire began just some 24 hours ago, and it seemed to be holding before, as of 12:30 p.m., around half an hour after high noon Central European time. Israel ordered strikes on Tehran after accusing Iran of violating the ceasefire, which Iran denied. It was not announced by the parties involved, but by Trump, who made it public 2 minutes before the markets reopened yesterday. So much for insider trading. The Nasdaq jumped 150 points in 2 minutes. The price of oil dropped, and a few of Trump's rich friends got even richer. Israel, having just concluded a bombing raid on Tehran, immediately adhered to the ceasefire, declaring that the objectives of the attack have all been achieved. Since we never had the pleasure of knowing in advance what exactly those objectives were, we're only left to wonder. Iran stated it had not agreed to any ceasefire, but that if, after the designated hour, apparently 4 a.m. in the morning, there were no further Israeli attacks, it would not proceed with additional strikes. Just to be clear, In the final half hour before the unofficial start of the truce, Iranian missile forces heavily struck Beersheba, Tel Aviv-Yafo, and Yerushalayim. The message behind this attack was crystal clear. You started this. We'll finish it. If that's acceptable to you, we have a truce. Otherwise, we continue. Toward these United States, Iran had already clarified its position with the telegraphed strike on the American base at Al-Udeid in Qatar, a position which, put into words, would sound roughly like this. We could cause real damage, but we prefer de-escalation without your further involvement. Therefore, we're carrying out a symbolic strike to which you should not respond. The result of this stupid and pointless 12-day war is widespread destruction, many casualties, but not a single change in regional power dynamics. Oh, and Iran's nuclear program will continue. The guarantor of this, regardless of the extent of the damage to nuclear infrastructure or the mass assassination of Iranian scientists, is Vladimir Putin, who reaffirmed not only that Iran has every right to develop civilian nuclear capabilities, but that the Russian Empire will continue to cooperate. Nearly all Iranian nuclear infrastructure is produced by Russia's Rosatom. This means that whatever is done to Iran with the Rosatom help and technology, it can always be rebuilt. And that should put an end to any fantasy of stopping these Russo-collaborationist programs by force. And there's that adherence in Iran itself to fantasy. The latest round of the Israel-Iranian war is over, and the immediate outcome appears decisive. In just 12 days, Israel eliminated the leadership of Iran's military, air force, and intelligence agency, bombed the country's nuclear sites, and took out dozens of missiles and launchers on the ground before they could be used. Iran, by contrast, was unable to take down a single Israeli jet, and was reduced to firing decreasing volleys of ballistic missiles at Israel's population centers, killing 27 civilians and one 18-year-old soldier at home with his family. All active duty military deaths were on the Iranian side. Israel's achievements were made possible by their stunning intelligence penetration of the Iranian regime's highest ranks. In the first hours of the conflict, Mossad agents repeatedly...
What the heck was that?
Yeah, oh, that was maybe that? Holly coming on, or of course it's always the guy who starts his recording. Oh,
yeah, he had to load a new tape reel.
That's it. Yes. Yes, he does.
You left your mic on. It's a hot mic. Like that one was obvious. Yeah.
Hey, well, it is every episode. It happens every episode, and it's because they're on old technology. They're given all the codes to break into our communications by the feds because of their cultic infiltration of NSA through Michael Aquino, but the Edomites, they're all old fucks, and they operate like old fucks. The younger...
They're using, 1960s tape decks and shit.
It's true. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that's what they're left with. It's their comfort zone. Dear Holly, I don't know how much of you caught of what I said, but feel free to give us a status report and update how you're doing and how your day is, if you would be so kind.
I'm okay. Nothing great, nothing horrible. I heard a little bit of your talk so far, but not too much. But you're ripping, tearing it up.
Okay. Well, thank you, honey. I
Yep.
appreciate that profoundly. And oh yes, I hope everything is as stable as it can be in your environment. Are you at home yet, or in the warehouse, that horrible place where you've sheltered yourself, Brandon?
Well, I'm unfortunately interred in the tomb, but I have to leave shortly, even though I need to sleep. But I have some things to take care of.
Okay. Well, definitely.
While during this, because it's a specific star sign that rules over electricity, so I have to go deal with some things.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Well, I hope that works out. Do you want to share a little bit about your adventures, about how India managed to get everything to you almost on a flying magic carpet, almost
oh,
overnight?
you're speaking about the Ayurvedic shipment
Yes.
that I
Yeah.
got?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like I ordered it like just a day or two ago, but it got airmailed over from India within a day. It was almost like supernatural.
Yeah.
and they added all I said was like some like Vedic hymns I added to my receipt and said like Jai Ganesh and praise be praise be to Vishnu, and they shipped it like overnight to my door.
Not to mention that you mentioned to them how you're a fan of Hitler, and the Asian Indians love that.
Oh yeah, they're totally on board. If I say, oh yeah, the Nazis were good and all that,
Yeah.
and they would say, of course, they love Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And then what do you think about them bringing the Nazi ship to SF just to taunt you and myself?
Yeah, it's well, they're making a display of it, right? Letting people are they letting people board it? Like you said, you might just visit it.
They advertised it, but they said we will release as it gets closer, like
Okay.
tickets and date times and whatnot.
Okay.
So, but I would like to visit it if you're keen on
Sure.
joining.
Sure, we might do that together then. Yes, have a
Right.
David. That sounds
We can
great.
relive the glory days.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Oh, that would be wonderful. Yes, I look forward to
But
that.
the reason why it's important is because it was actually used by the Schutzstaffel, this
Excellent.
boat. So
Excellent. Yes.
that's how classy they were. They were sailing the high seas on a freaking sailing ship.
Yeah, an actual tall
Shit.
ship. Yeah.
Yeah, a tall
Uh,
ship, exactly. And the Coast Guard just took it after the war. They just said, "This is part of our repatriation or reparations after the war,"
Yeah, yeah, that's such a
which implies that we can't build that anymore, which is true.
yeah, of course not. Yes, that's right. Matter of fact, it was one of those ships. They use those ships to train their officers on. All nations use tall ships to train their officers
That's right.
on, so that their officers can get a hang of what it was in the old days and what officers really need to be capable of. And that's what there was one of these tall ships the Mexican officer recruits and cadets were training on that crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge, I think, recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And yeah, but keep me updated on that, and I'll be happy to rendezvous with you so that we can visit the ship. That would be great. And
Yeah, there are a few dates, so I'll have to keep you posted.
okay, great.
They're very hush hush about it because they don't want like a huge crowd rushing it,
Yeah, that's
which makes it weird that they even advertised it on the newspapers.
At
So
all.
I don't know.
yeah, at all. Well, they're counting on people to forget, and hopefully there won't be idiots with protest signs near it or something. I think everybody else has got too much to worry about already.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
No, they did the spin doctoring, so they said we took it, it's ours now. So I
Yeah,
think
that kind of crap.
there's no reason to protest it.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
like they were hauling Jews on it. Like this was an actual military ship. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and yeah, wonderful. Thank you again for that. And there's been a lot going on lately. I want everyone to know, and I've certainly tried to update people as best as I can. But one of the things that Aaron did not do was he was unable apparently to drop on tonight. One of the things we neglected to talk about when he was on with us in the last episode was that when he was with me in the Tenderloin, we experienced an ongoing, it was just a running gun battle. It was just a running gun battle that went on for minutes. And by that I mean like literally stopped for a period of a few minutes and started again. But it was fully automatic gunfire that was just going on in the background chronically while we were in the Tenderloin area and the financial district area. So, next time he drops by with us, hopefully he can relate that as well as other things that happened. Also, one of the things we noticed was on one of the streets, I don't believe he photographed it, but he should have, was a kind of like stenciled a memorial, don't forget the date of the Jonestown massacre. It was basically Guyana. It was like, remember Guyana. And I was talking about the Jonestown massacre because many of course, the victims of Jim Jones were blacks from Oakland and San Francisco. And of course, the whole thing was a CIA experiment to get blacks to kill themselves, which they succeeded in doing admirably. That was... there you have that. Other things will come out in the near future about what we recollect about our visit. And like I said, he was the first guy I was able to actually bring inside into the library. The structure, the building, the main structure of the library itself, because that's
right.
Yeah.
Well, he's paying the price for that.
Yeah, he's under siege now. Yeah, cold siege. Yeah, poor bastard. Yeah, that's good point. Thank you. But our man Brendan's helping him out in that regard, and hopefully things will stabilize. That's probably one of the reasons he's not on tonight. Is just they're hitting him hard. So so dear Holly, what about it in current events before I return to talking back about Iran and Israel for the moment? What other current events stand out to you? Anything in particular that stands out to you?
There was one thing today, but I can't remember what it was, and it's bugging me. But I did just, I will remark that in the most oblique reference to your work, I did just read the world's most amazing history book about a shipwreck in the 1850s that wrecked in, of all places, Midway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wow. Yeah.
And it's gripping. It's called Save Our Souls by Matthew Pearl.
Okay.
And
Wow.
I can't recommend it highly enough. It's politics from Washington State to Yokohama to Hawaii. Hawaii still had a king and a princess, and America was just starting their takeover.
Right.
Goes into that. It's just a million topics wrapped up into this crazy story about this shipwreck in this crazy place. And it's all documented heavily. So I heartily recommend it to anybody that has a minute to read. It's a short book, but gripping in every respect.
Thank you.
Save Our Souls, Matthew Pearl. And about a, mostly undiscovered Midway.
Wow.
And lots of details about that strange, strange place.
Wow. Thank you.
When it was in its natural state.
Right.
There had been one ship, U.S. always had designs on it, and there was one ship that had blasted a shipping lane through the coral reef at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, I think that ship wrecked. That went crazy, and they never completed the job, so it was constantly getting shipwrecks.
Wow.
But in this case, a bunch of them survived, and the story of what happened to them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
That's that. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Save Our Souls. Oh, it was deep.
Yeah. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Thank you, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in the first
Thank
hour,
you.
yes, in the first hours of the conflict, Mossad agents reportedly launched drones from inside Iranian territory to neutralize aero defenses and lured much of Iran's top brass to a supposedly secret bunker that was then pummeled by Israeli forces. These early coups d'etat enabled Israel to achieve aero dominance over Iran, a country some 1,500 miles away. To understand how the regime's leaders could have failed so utterly. To suss out Israeli spooks, one needs to understand another time when Israel was alleged to have taken control of Tehran's skies. In the summer of 2018, Iran was experiencing a drought. This is not an uncommon occurrence in the Middle East, of course, and would not have made international news if not for the response of a regime functionary who blamed the weather on Israel. At a press conference, the Brigadier General Gholam Reza Jalali said, "The changing climate in Iran is suspect. Israel and another country in the region have joint teams which work to ensure clouds entering Iranian skies are unable to release rain." He went on to accuse the Jewish state of cloud and snow theft. Now, this story seems like a silly bit of trivia until one realizes that Jalali was also the head of Iran's civil defense organization tasked with combating sabotage. In other words, a key person in charge of thwarting Israeli spies in Iran was an incompetent conspiracy theorist obsessed with Jewish climate control. About a week after the Hamas attack on the 7th day in October of 2023, Jalali celebrated the massacre and boasted in state-run media that Israel's military and intelligence dominance has collapsed and will not be repaired anymore. Unsurprisingly, it was on his watch that Israel executed an escalating campaign of physical and cyber sabotage against Iran's nuclear program, culminating in the war Israel launched, precipitated, instigated, started this month. Jalali is but one of many high-level Iranian functionaries who seemingly believe their own propaganda about their enemies. Former Iranian President Hassan Rouhani once told Fox News that Israel supported the Islamic State despite ISIS executing attacks against Israelis. His predecessor, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, was on far more solid ground in his exposition at the United Nations, proving that 9/11 was indeed an inside job.
I kind of missed that guy. What happened to him?
Oh, he became a school teacher. he retired. Yeah, he retired and went back to academia. And yeah, poor guy. I mean,
because he had the most flair. I think he had the most flair and pizzazz.
He really
he had
was
a crazy name.
Yeah, he really was the most intelligent among them in so many ways. He was actually Āzari. He was Āzari.
That's right.
Yeah. And but yeah, thank you. Yeah, he was on far more solid ground in his exposition at the United Nations, proving that 9/11 was indeed an inside job perpetrated by the United States government and Israel. But of course, no one would take what he said seriously because obviously they're all slaves to the Israeli media machine.
And I should say, I don't support him ideologically. I just thought he was entertaining.
Yeah.
So it's disclaimer.
Well, of course.
What was the name again? I missed his name.
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
He's got a nice little flow.
Yeah. Just think of his name as, remember that idiot at Revolution Radio, Ahmad Painter? He based his name on that. Ahmad, like Almad, Ahmad, and then Inejad, Ahmadinejad. Yeah, so at any rate, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, well, of course we don't approve of, well, let's just put it this way. You don't really know what to disagree with because I don't think he really ever expressed anything that was very parallel to the mullahs in terms of their Islamo-fundamentalism. He wasn't one.
I don't think they liked him.
He wasn't one of the mullahcratic crazies. Instead, it was like there was so much to agree with when it came to Mahmoud Ahmadinejad because he basically would stand up to the Israelis, and he would make his statements in a way that was inarguable. Basically, he said the truth. He just said, look, the West has taken the Holocaust, and they have placed the Holocaust as their religion. It is not a historical concept to them. That's their faith. Their entire religion is the Holocaust, and they place that above God. And so in that sense, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was absolutely. By the way, he was incredibly unpopular in Iran. Brendan is right. The mullahs did not like him. He was popular everywhere outside of Iran. Outside of Iran, all of the Arabs loved him because they said he's sticking it to the man. And it was. But eventually he just retired because that takes a lot of energy to. He was the target of a lot of Israeli hatred and probably attempts on his life, as you can imagine. He's lucky he got out of it alive.
Oh, guaranteed, yeah.
Mm. But it would be easy to dismiss Iran's wartime failures as unique to the country's dysfunctional authoritarian system, but that would be a mistake. Jalali and other top Iranian officials were unable to defeat Israel, not because their own intelligence capabilities didn't match up, but because their adherence to regime-sanctioned fantasies made grasping Israel's actual abilities impossible for them. As a result, once Israel decided that it would no longer tolerate the risks of chronic insurgency from Iran via its proxies, the regime's defenses quickly folded. In this way, Iran's predicament is a cautionary tale about what happens when loyalty to a ruling ideology, rather than capability, determines who runs a society, and when conspiracies, rather than reality, shape decision-making. Although the Iranian theocracy presents an acute case of this phenomenon, the early symptoms are beginning to manifest in democratic societies, including our own. Consider, today, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, run by our dear Aaron says, how do you join the group call? You're on the group call, Aaron. You go to
little phone at the top.
Yes.
And actually my icon changed. It looks like a little squiggly line. So if you don't see a phone and you see a squiggly line thing, just click on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That'll then say join meeting. So sometimes it does weird stuff. It's very I don't know what to say. Temperamental.
Yeah. And any other suggestions, Holly? Holly, say it again. What is it? He goes to the little phone icon or the squiggle. Either the phone icon.
On the top right.
Yeah.
Top right of the chat screen.
Yeah. And
it's infinite call. DDD. Join DDD infinite call.
Yeah, join DDD infinite call, which you're already on. You're on the call.
Right.
Yeah, but
so that's when you get the icon on the top to join or not join.
That's right. And then you press call everybody. It says call everybody, and you lower the menu thing down. Press the hatch mark or whatever they call it, and let's see if he can finagle this. And I hope what we're saying makes sense to you, Aaron. That's keep giving him further instructions. Keep giving him further instructions till he.
Well, as long as. Yeah, as long as, once you're on that page we were talking about last week where all the pictures are stored and everything, I don't think you want to be on that page. Yeah. But if you're on the list of all the prior chats and Infinite Douglas is the top one, you press that top one, Infinite Douglas chat, and then there'll be an icon at the top right of the next screen that comes up. Because then you're in the chat, and that's where the little phone or the squiggle is up at the top right.
I think Aristides is trying to explain it to him because Aristides dropped out of the call.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so did you drop out of the call because you were trying to explain that to him, Aristides? Trying to help, I believe. Yeah. Well,
He found it last week.
He found it.
Better
Yeah.
Find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Aaron. You did it last.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi.
No, I dropped out and I just switched to my computer from the phone.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And hopefully Aaron can figure it out and join us as well. If you see him come on, let me know. Yeah, certainly.
Is he on a computer or phone?
Yeah, Aaron, are you on a computer or phone? Do let us know.
Where is he? Let me go find him.
Yeah, my directions have been phone based.
Oh,
Yeah.
there he is.
And Aristides may try to add you again. That's what Brendan did last time. He added you again, even though you're already on the call. And that might prompt you to see a signal or give you a notification or something, hopefully, if you're staring at it.
And then you might want to put it on speaker once
Well-
you're already onto the call, really in the call, and you see everybody participating's icon. There's buttons at the bottom to where if you want to put it on speaker, depending on if he's on a phone or not. But maybe it's good on laptop too. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Well, Aristides is trying to communicate with him, and hopefully that works out. If he jumps on, just let me know. So as I was saying, today the United States Department of Health and Human Services is run by Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., a man who has cast doubt on decades of scientific research on the effectiveness of vaccines. He recently fired the entire membership of the CDC's, the Center for Disease Control's Advisory Committee on Immunization
tanning bed addict.
Practices. Yeah, tanning bed addict. Tell them about that. The footage of his walking out of the tanning salon so he could look orange like his master Cheeto Lord and shit.
Right. Yeah, I just thought that was just cringe. It was like some strip mall tanning salon. And he has like his whole entourage close it down so he can go tan or whatever, or buys cocaine or whatever's going on.
Yeah.
It's just very odd. It was very odd.
Outrageous behavior, and people don't think I've lost track of the narrative. I'm telling people that we're no different from Iran in so many ways. But what were you saying, Holly? You got really glitched out there. Repeat yourself, please.
Oh, he's wrinkly enough. He already looked like a prune.
Yeah.
I told Doug
And he's
privately,
lying there
he's
in the
looking like
UV.
an anime villain. He's starting to look like an anime villain, like when they get taken over by the dark side and they get all like shrivelly and like his eyes are like pointing in different directions.
Yeah, the Palpatine
I mean, it's
effect.
very
Big
strange.
growths on him.
Yeah. It's like,
Coupled with his voice from the tomb.
yeah, like the voice I thought was added some charm or something, but then
Okay.
now he looks awful. I don't know what's been happening. He looks awful now. Like it's like when you choose, like in some animes where it's based off of like ambition and like living the direction of your life. It's like if you go the wrong direction, you become like hideous. That's what like One Piece shows. So that's what's happening.
Yeah, pick us
Like,
in.
he sold out to he at first he stuck to his principles, so he maintained his health, but now he's like sold out, so he looks ugly. It's some weird cosmic shit like that.
Well, we're joined by Aaron Tice, so hopefully you're getting the hang of it, Aaron, and I hope Aristides and all of us were helpful. So, dear Aaron, tell us a little bit about how much time we're gifted with you tonight.
I'll stay on probably 15, 20 minutes. We just got through a nasty storm, and I got to get to bed, but I just wanted to say hello. I don't know how to join the call. I hit join call, but it said call everyone, and I didn't want to do that.
No, that's the one
Right.
you hit. You hit
That's
call
what you do.
everyone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll do
Yeah.
that.
So
now.
how did you get on if you didn't hit that one?
I think Brendan invited me or called me.
Okay. That'll do it. Yeah.
So it's Aristides, I believe, did it this time. Brendan did it last time.
I called him.
You called. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that I know I can hit that.
So
I
yeah,
was
hit
hoping-
call everyone without fear.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it'll do then.
Yes.
I was terrified too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird system. So dear Aaron, of course, please tell everyone about the running gun battle that we followed us all through the Tenderloin and Financial District in San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm no stranger to gunfire. There was definitely that was a 15-minute gun battle.
Yeah.
The only thing it didn't have was automatic weapons. It was like it sounded like I don't know handguns to me, but who knows? But it was definitely the pop of of weapons, and it went on for at least 15 minutes, I would say. What do you think, Douglas? 15 minutes?
Yeah, though I would say there were some very short bursts of auto fire. They were
Okay.
short.
Yeah.
And then that was impressive because it meant that the people firing had a control of themselves. So that meant it was like a controlled running gun battle where the people weren't firing wildly or randomly, like just wasting rounds. It was like they were targeting. So that was
Yeah.
yeah. That, like I said, are they killing prisoners in back alleys? I had that image there for a minute, but no, it was moving. It was like at pace. It was kind of like. Yeah, and it could have been a couple of different firefights in different areas near, simultaneously, but it was,
could
yeah,
It all sounded the same location. I mean, the good news about where I'm at is it's a bunch of dumbass gangsters who can't shoot for a shit, so like they hold the handgun sideways and things, but I don't know, maybe they could shoot down there, who knows.
Well, and isn't there a setting on ARs for short bursts?
I didn't hear anything that sounded like AR. I mean, if it was auto,
Yeah.
I would think it'd be like a Mac 9. It didn't sound like an AR, but it could have been.
Yeah.
So one of the things that Peter Moon said that was so incredibly offensive, as everything he said was offensive, and there was always this pathological skepticism that he had because he definitely wanted to see everything I said as a lie. But the incredible thing was when he met me with Paula, and then after that he met me with Jojo Mikhailovic, when he asked me afterwards about being armed, I said, I'm always armed and bladed. I'm always gunned and bladed. In other words,
Yeah.
I possess a firearm and a blade at all times, usually in multiples. And
Yeah.
he said, I didn't see any on you. And I was like, how insane can you fucking be? It was like, of course, Aaron knew I was armed. He knew I was gunned and bladed. And what am I supposed to do? Wear this on a holster and display it? It's like, this is how insane Peter was. And
And that was hard for me because I'm usually the one weaponized, but traveling cross country, I couldn't carry anything, so I felt naked and alone.
yes, yes, yeah, but definitely. So while you're with us tonight, in terms of what do you feel comfortable sharing? Do you feel comfortable sharing anything about what's going on with you, your own status report, situational report, anything that comes to mind, or anything in current events you feel we should be paying particular attention to? By all means.
Luckily, it seems like there won't be much of a recoil from Iran. I'm following it loosely just because my next door neighbor is military, and it's basically a missile war. So that's frustrating to deal with because we're always striking people we shouldn't be striking on Israel's behalf. The neighbor said, nobody, they've been at war so long, all these nations hate them. I go, well, they're shitty people.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, there you
He
go.
looked at me kind of cross-eyed, and I was like, it is what it is. The other thing I wanted to mention was, we walked to try to find your home street right
Yes.
through the Tenderloin, and I remember, it's always in hindsight you remember I don't want to be like metaphysical or like over amp it, but like you get this confusion like fog.
Yes.
My GPS wasn't working, and I just couldn't rationalize direction any longer, and so we couldn't really get on foot to your home street. And looking back, I'm like, well, we were obviously not supposed to go there at that moment, but that came to me afterwards in hindsight. If anybody knows what that feels like it was literally like we couldn't get there.
Yeah. But there was also that sensory overload. You had
Yes.
you'd been exposed to a lot during the day, but I do agree with you. It just wasn't meant for us to get off on foot in that area at that time. Though I pointed out that across the street from my home, it's been very gentrified. It was not what I recognized from growing up with. The other side was just more horror, a reflection of what was on my side of the street is still there. It's amazing that my home, the El Cerrito Apartments, which was known as the compound because it was one of the tallest buildings in the Tenderloin still is 10 stories high, 10 units on each floor, so 100 units altogether. And bear in mind, like I've always said, at any given time, entire floors, usually it would be towards the upper floors where I lived. I lived on the 6th floor, but entire floors, like for the longest period of time, the 8th floor, for instance, they'd just be entirely burned out. They'd just be husks of floor where every unit was just a burned out husk because of the massive fires that would tear through the compound. And yet the building is still there. It's still there. Yeah. It's still, and yet the other side has been gentrified. Go on. Yeah.
Well, one of the other things I was telling my wife, on the corners, they have these playgrounds that have, metal detectors and armed guards for the children to get into. I mean, it's so violent. It's just so violent there. It's just such a wild place.
How did she respond to that? How did she?
She just said that's horrible. And to be honest, the beauty of San Francisco, I wanted her to see. I said, I'd love to take you there and show you because there's extreme beauty. But now that I recall it, it's different for a male and a female. I was like, I don't think you would enjoy any of the trip. Because when I left at 2 a.m. to get to the parking garage and had to go past a homeless encampment and got attacked by a dog and the bars were down and I couldn't get in. And then I don't think she would enjoy any part of that. I don't think it would be an enjoyable trip for her. So, I have no desire to see San Francisco. So unfortunately, I think the beauty is obfuscated by the poor maintaining of that location, let's say.
Yeah. And it's definitely has so much to do with just the extraordinarily, it's the inhuman levels of tolerance for inhuman people who have crossed the border and are no longer human beings. It's zombie land. Where you have people trying to maintain a sense of normalcy in zombie land. So
it's wild. That first schizophrenic.
I remember.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
In the 70s in New York City, people started to note that there was all these violent rage episodes near playgrounds, corner playgrounds. And so it was determined that the sight and sound of children playing was triggering people into these rage events. And so they had to put up fencing that you couldn't see through, 8 feet high, so that the people outside the playground couldn't see in the playground, and that the violence just almost disappeared in that context.
That is so fucking
Isn't
insane.
That weird?
That is.
Yeah, it always chilled me.
Yes, that is. It just goes to show.
They had to keep them out of sight.
Well, that's just intrinsic evil. That's intrinsic evil in people who can't stand children playing. That's demonic. It's so.
And one more thing, the San Francisco thing that never stops being funny, the banker's heart.
Yes, made of
that
stone.
Is funny.
Black stone.
I figured you guys
Black
didn't
stone.
get to view that.
No, because I was taking him on a far different tour from that. But if the next time you're in the city, if there is a next time, Aaron, I will show you they have this tremendous black
banker's heart.
Yeah,
it's so weird.
This black stone. This big black stone that's shaped like a human heart, and it's called the Banker's Heart in the heart of the financial district. The Banker's Heart, big black stone. Yeah,
it looks like a dead liver lying there or something.
Yeah,
It looks like
more like a liver.
Stone black.
Yes.
Lust black.
Well, that's apropos to the existence.
Indeed. Yeah. True.
It's the financial. It's perfect.
Yeah. It was and Brendan's right. It's apropos. It should look like a liver because their livers are shot, right? Because back in those days, people used to drink. It's all black and known as the Banker's Heart of stone. So that being said, they had to take away the little. I'm sorry, Holly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know what it's actually called, but that's what everybody calls it, the Banker's Heart.
Of stone,
which I don't think was intentional.
I think it was, but the artist was being subversive and may have said something else.
Perhaps.
Yeah. But you remember in New York City, they had the young girl staring down the bull, and they had to remove
Yes.
the young girl statue because everyone was molesting it. Everybody kept sperming all
Yeah.
over it. Yes.
Oh
Humping
my
it.
God.
Yes, disgusting. Yes. So I don't know if you knew about that, Aaron, or you remember that statue?
Now that you bring it up, yes, I remember that. I had bleached it for my memory.
Hope it reconnects. Okay, reconnection successful. So it has reconnected. That, this happens, and let's take a look. Make certain. Okay, we're.
I feel like Skype was more intuitive than Teams. Call that scary.
It's hard to say. The Teams is okay. I'm adapting to it fairly quickly. Change is always scary, but now that I'm adapted to it, it's actually better. I just call everyone at once. So.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
There's advantages to it. Well, our numbers are high. What else comes to your mind in terms of anything, Aaron? While we're blessed with your parents, your presence, we want to take advantage of that. And it's amazing to me that your parents are still alive. By the way, I brought up.
It's amazing to myself as well. Let's see. No, it was just.
Yeah, Teams is better for you, Doug.
Yes.
You just sit there and turn it on.
That's right. It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. Yeah. I just sit there. I just call, and everybody calls. No, it is so helpful that Aristides responds. It really is, because he's able to come on and just be there. So he really helps to anchor.
Well, I'm sure he bails you out in the background all the time because you just click it.
Yes.
Yeah. Having a producer is clutch.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is.
And especially a producer that isn't snorting, inhaling, and ingesting cough medicine.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thank you for that. You remember Jameson all too well.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Oh,
was?
and
Go.
fornicating with the other male hosts from across the seas.
Yes, that's right. Fornicating with Salman Sheikh. We called him
Yeah.
Slam and Shake. Yes, seriously,
Yeah.
people. That went down. That actually went down, and it was just so bizarre. The whole thing, and they kept trying to portray it as some kind of spiritual exchange. It was so.
Yeah.
Dude.
No, I think we talked about all of the tour. The Golden Gate Bridge is beautiful. The bay is gorgeous.
You could tell them the feeling you had driving across the bridge. Just the feeling that you.
Yeah, it's very much like a bridge right near my home. It's a suspension bridge, similar size. It's a little bit, the Golden Gate's a little bit in disrepair. It needs a paint job. It needs I forget what they do to, power wash the rust off and then wash it, but it's in need of repair. It's just gorgeous, and it's just really it's an interesting landscape and topography. And boy, we got lucky with the traffic on the way back. Let me tell you, it was like 10 miles backed up on the way out of San Francisco. So that was a good piece of luck.
Yes.
I'm just, being a small town person, I was shocked at how inconvenient it was to do anything. Like, there's no parking, so you can't, stop.
Tell them about the meters. The meters are just.
You can't even figure out the meters. Some meters you put your license plate number in. Some meters you don't. You never know if you're going to be towed. And it's absolutely inconvenient to go anywhere. You can't stop anywhere and park because there's no parking. And you have to be planned for the entire day because you can't go back to the hotel room because there's no parking there, or you're going to park in the parking garage, half a block up and then walk to the hotel room and then walk back. So anything you do is a 45-minute endeavor, it's just interesting. You have to plan differently, which is why everybody's taking scooters and mopeds.
And they're all dangerous as fuck. Tell them about these people. Are just...
Oh yeah. These people. So there's like scooters hammering away at 40 miles an hour in between traffic as you're changing lanes. I mean, I'm sure people die all the time getting sideswiped by cars because they didn't see people in dead stop traffic barreling through at 40 miles an hour on a scooter.
And tell them about the hostility you felt from the Waymos.
Oh, the Waymos are aggressive. They're so aggressive. They feel angry, and they do swim like sharks, as Douglas says. Like, they literally, they run in packs. they're everywhere. They circle and circle and circle. Some are painted with kind of like pictures, some are not, and they're just everywhere. And they'll stop and like flash the walk across the street sign, and then they'll stop the the crosswalk sign, and they'll move forward a little bit, then they'll stop again. Like, you can't trust them. I mean, how do you trust a vehicle with no person thinking to walk across, because they just go when they want?
And you saw a van that might have been one of the radio controllers.
Yeah, I saw. I'm assuming it's a repair van, because it was a Waymo vehicle, but it was being driven by a person at the steering wheel. So it was a square vehicle, kind of like a newer version of like a VW van, like modernized. And the person was actually physically driving it. So I'm assuming he goes to any scene where like a car's batteries died completely, or there's a mechanical failure, or whatever else he does. But yeah, I only saw one though out of thousands of the regular Waymos.
Right, and I saw one of those with a man sitting in the driver's seat in front of my home at one point, just directly in front of my home, of course. Yeah, across the street.
Interesting.
Yeah. No.
Oh, and we saw, before I forget, I saw the spike.
Oh, yes. Tell people about that. Tell people about the stake. The stake. Yeah.
The stake in the ground is absolutely anomalous. Like, there is no reason to have. How many feet would you say it is, Douglas? 12, 15?
Yeah, it's a good 12 to 15 feet in the air, and it's angled at the top like a stake to penetrate someone. Go on. Yeah.
Yep, it's angled at the top, kind of like you would angle one side of a graphite pencil.
Yeah.
But they didn't do both sides; they did one. They angled it, and it's cemented in at the bottom, and it's just sitting there. And there's absolutely zero purpose for it to be there. No purpose whatsoever. It's absolutely in the way of everything.
Yeah, right across the street from my home, just directly across the street from my home, just a big
direct line. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can share the photo.
Yeah, and it's olive drab, a military color, like what you'd see on a military base. Even though it's connected to nothing, it's strictly there for occult purposes. And,
is it metal or wood?
Wood, a giant wooden stake. It's
like a treated. It's like treated wood, but it has this like greenish color from the treatment.
Yeah.
And it's the only other place I've ever seen that was at a barracks.
Yeah.
Like where you put a telegraph line on.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Right. Stapled up to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like, know, they wanted to give you that 1940s vibe.
Yeah. Yeah. Their message
directly in line with his house.
Yeah.
From a certain angle. I mean, it's directly, you can see it's lined up basically with, I believe, with your door.
Yes.
Or at least with the windows in the picture. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. My home is the blue one across the street from that. It's right across, of course, the window where I spend. That's where I'm hosting the show right now. Is in that window on the but that is blocked, directly in line of the pole. Yeah, from the photograph. Yes. And so there you have that. It's just basically the message is, here's a stake up your ass, Doug. It's taller than the tree. It's taller than the trees next to it. Yeah. So it's very tall. And so when it comes to the Waymos themselves, they're Jaguars. So tell people your theory about that they can't be all real Jaguars. These 200,000 Waymos.
They can't be. And a Jaguar is so expensive. And I mean, the difference is now Ford owns them, but the only way to make autonomous vehicles is to make them electric, because you can't really, how do you fill gas in 200,000 vehicles regularly? You need a bunch of people to do that. The only way you can make an autonomous fleet is to have electric charging vehicles where they just drive onto like electromagnetic charging plates. It's the only way to do it. So, and since I was home, Elon Musk launched autonomous taxis, I think in Houston, Texas.
Oh, God.
Austin.
So, and they're buying the public. So he's basically leveled every cab fare at $4.20. So they're buying loyalty and pushing out the competition. So that's what's happening. This is city number 2 now, from what I know of. So this is a hostile takeover, in my opinion.
Yes. Yes. Very much.
Absolutely.
Yes, I appreciate that profoundly. A profound insight, and of course one that I agree with. And Brendan, your own thoughts on this? I mean, after all, you had the Waymos behind you trying to kill you, honking, trying to
Yeah.
get you to move forward and shit. It's yeah.
Oh yeah, the Waymos are a nuisance and stuff, but they're just experimental. That's why they're like that, essentially, and they're just programmed nefariously and everything else. But I sent you that article where the people are starting to rebel against them because they're making so much noise at night
Yeah.
that they can't go to sleep and they can't make it to work and shit.
Wow.
So people were like piling shit on top of them, so they stopped moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was in LA County somewhere.
Okay.
So they're like such a nuisance that like people want to, they don't want them in their cities or towns.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah,
Good.
it's definitely there's something wrong about the whole thing, and
Yeah, and the Robo Taxi with where he has the RoboCop font, and then it costs $4.20, which is like the weed number. I mean,
Yeah.
he's just trying to be a meme. It's just cheesy.
Yeah, it is cheesy. And
But then you combine it with whatever else. It's just dangerous.
well, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But if there's that many of them dispatched, all I could think with Douglas was like, if one parks behind your driveway, you can't leave. It's basically a detonation device because they can detonate it from any point at any time because it's a lithium ion battery. I mean, it's basically a weapon of war and control and sabotage.
Well, one thing Aaron pointed out was since there's 200,000 of them, they could select who to block into their driveways and who to blow up and do it all at once and on a single day. Yes.
Yeah, well, there was a Black Mirror episode, so they already released like predictive programming about it. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Where the Teslas go bonkers and start killing people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they already are, and the problem for the easily persuadable public is they just don't report on the Teslas that explode. There's a lot of cars that are exploding that are full electric, and just nobody knows about it, and they keep buying them because they think I'm doing my part, and in reality, no, you're not. You're just lowering your testosterone.
Tell people about that.
You heard about that container ship that just burned up and sank? That had like 30,000 electric cars on it.
Yeah, God bless
And
it.
those batteries caught fire. Yeah, and the thing
That's
just
not
went
good for the-
nuclear out there.
It's not good for the ocean, but yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
God.
they've done tests, and you lower your testosterone by a minimum of 18% by regularly driving a full electric vehicle. It's dirty energy.
Oof.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Ooh. Fuck
Yeah,
that. That's
It's dirty.
I mean, that. No offense, but that kind of sounds like soy boy.
Great.
Where they're like, you'll become soy if you drive it.
Well, I
'Cause
think the people
there's
that,
a remedy for that. You just have to shield. They just have to spend the money to shield the EM field,
but they
which
don't.
no company's willing to do
No company's willing to do. Yeah.
because they're
That's-
cheap as fuck and it
Right.
reduces range and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go.
No, agreed. Yeah. It's because I've even seen for phones and laptops, you can get like EMF stickers, and they say that limits a majority of the radiation. So yeah, you can shield anything. They just don't want to spend the money to do so.
But by the way, I let everyone know how you had educated me about Lūnisorszálar. One of the factors about Lūnisorszálar that not to defend her or provide any excuse for her behavior, she was definitely an Adamite and an assign A. But one of the factors was that her own work partner started hooking her on to pot, which had never been something she had engaged in. She had tried other drugs, but pot was a big part of her co-worker's life. And her co-worker, who was also her regular professional sex partner, when they would have sex together with their clients, her co-worker got her onto pot extraordinarily heavily and regularly. And at some point, I do believe that triggered her schizophrenia gene, which is what I learned about from yourself, that it can be triggered by just getting high enough one time and it takes you over that bridge. It sounds like reefer madness propaganda from the 50s, but no, it's quite true. And how you had explained to me that they found this out by doing research on Zytec, which Zytec had basically infected all these people with the schizophrenia gene by the man that they were pushing this this busted felon who was schizophrenic, had a criminal record, and they promoted the hell out of him. And Brendan and I both agreed this is an Aquino level conspiracy. It's like they couldn't just accept what this guy was saying about, I have 9 degrees in neuroscience and I'm an Olympic level athlete, and I'm all this good shit. It's like they had to have just, they couldn't take him at his word. They must have known and sincerely wanted to pollute all these people with his genes, to give all these same-sex couples schizophrenic children, and create an army of serial killers, which is I mean, you would agree, right? Akil was still alive at that time. In fact, that was the 70s.
Yeah. It's it was a Georgia-based sperm bank that basically put all their chips behind a major sperm donor. And this dude was basically ejected from his home, homeless, jobless, unemployable, but yet he wrote a great resume, and they did not verify one iota or detail of his resume, which was multiple degrees, world-renowned musician, super high IQ, you name it, he put it on there. And they basically printed brochures and presented it to thousands and thousands of people, selling his sperm as the highest level sperm they could offer. And thousands of people were inseminated with his sperm. And in fact, he was schizophrenic and
had a violent criminal record. He had a rap sheet as long as his arm. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, because he had the bad dope gene.
Yeah. And so the story broke because of attentive mothers watching the email list that went from blind copied to actually, just CC'd. They all stayed in communication and took the company down. But to Douglas's point, there wasn't a CEO or an employee whose head rolled. Like, it was literally just whitewashed. Oh. They just changed hands of ownership as far as CEOs. And the one said, this is acceptable. We need to have better protocols. So basically, they sold a packet of lies to thousands and thousands of parents and got away scot-free, made a ton of money, and didn't have to really make restitution, I don't believe. And if there was restitution, it was undisclosed and behind closed doors, and nobody knows what it was.
Yeah. But definitely I feel like they then after they got all these people with that schizo gene that's triggered by pot, then they legalized pot.
Yeah. Well, the same neighbor who's in the military, he used to live in Colorado. And Colorado used to be a great place to live, and I
like the way you say that. Used to be. Go on.
Yeah. Once they legalized pot, it's almost like the billionaire companies had this on their radar and did it as a slow roll, because Colorado has the same issue now as Asheville and San Francisco. It's just basically a drug town for the whole state, because they legalized pot so long ago. It's just a bunch of druggies in there looking to get weed. And a lot of people moved out who used to love it for what it was. So, they highlight an item, place it on the news, make everybody think it's great. But in reality, it's not really that great. I mean, everybody did fine when pot was illegal and you had to get it from your local dealer.
Yeah, it's so true. They did They did better, much better. Yeah. Oh, yes, tell them about that, Brendan. Bring that up about Thailand. And before I forget, remember Amber Rose Dio? She lived in Colorado. And that was for that very reason, because the pot was legal there. So her whole life was centered on pot. And of course, she was, again, an assignee. And there's that whole story behind that. It's the whole experience with her was monstrous.
He said he can't speak right now, I think.
I'm sorry?
I think he said he can't speak right now.
Right. He says he'll be right back, so hopefully he'll speak then. But yes, as you can see, the link he shared with us was that Thailand is now moving to render or to reinstate laws against recreational cannabis. It's moving to make pot illegal again. They had experimented with making pot legal because the rest of the world told them it was great, and of course everything went to shit, and now they're going to make it illegal again. Thank God. I mean, they're smart move, and God knows we need to do that here in the United States. It really is bad. It's worse than alcohol. It's worse than alcohol.
Yeah, I was indoctrinated that it's like a benign drug for so many years. I mean, I haven't really done it, but you know who railed against it from the beginning, and I hate to bring him up, but he's a San Francisco guy, so I got to bring him up, is Michael Savage.
Interesting. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Railed against. He's like, it is not a benign drug. You absolutely should not allow your kids to take it. And wow, I mean, all these years later, I mean, I haven't listened to him in 20 years, and now, like, wow, there was one thing he said that was real.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, like I've always said, you know, like my legal father who raised and guided me always said, rather, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. Yes, I mean, yeah, there were some things that, there were some things that Michael Savage said that were accurate. I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, he used to be really into herbs. That's why he was into herbs.
He was a bot. He wasn't a psychologist. He was a botanist. Like, but people don't realize that they thought he was.
It was. Let's put it this way. He was into herbal apothecary. He got some kind of like herbal degree, supposedly. He's not a botanist. A botanist would be like a scientist who had a PhD in plants. But he was supposedly, Michael Savage claims he had some kind of health degree in herbal sciences. He was traipsing about in the Pacific Islands, supposedly trying different herbs and all this stuff. And that was kind of like his backstory in that regard. The truth is, he was very involved with the beatniks, who then he railed against for the rest of his career. And which, by the way, just so you know, he was involved with the beatniks, meaning he was gay. The whole beatnik scene was gay, and it was all about tenderizing young meat, and he was actually part of that scene. He was in there fucking with all of them, and everybody in San Francisco knows this because he was part of that scene. So they all remember when he was in the beat scene, and then he spends the rest of his life raging against it. It was because, he's one of those people who then looked back and regretted what he did. It's like, okay, but he doesn't share that part. Yeah. And again, he's Jewish and he's wealthy, and so he can do that. But, the guy had his own yacht in San Francisco in the marina, and would bring that up as well. But one of the things he said that made sense, just another example, is that people go too far with their organic obsession, and they try and do everything natural. And he says to a point that it becomes counterproductive, because after a while, you can't really. It would be like with aspirin. Just take aspirin. You don't need to go find the original astragalus root and eat the astragalus root that's non-processed. Obviously some things he said made sense, but then he was just he was very much a blowhard and very much monomaniacal, and ultimately he paid the price for that. He paid the price for that the way I told you already. I already told that story, but yeah.
Well, it's just funny, like I haven't thought of him in so long, but yet, I was just in the Bay Area, so it made sense to think about him.
Oh yeah, the smell of pot, and you notice we didn't smell much pot in the tenderloin.
No, we did. Where did we smell it? We smelled it in one section of it.
Maybe one section, yeah. It was, but there was certainly places in San Francisco where we smelled it, but it was, and go on.
It was just such a violent area with everybody angry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, the rage. So, what our man Brendan is saying, because that shit is expensive, $50 to $100 per 1/8 dollar, $50 to $100 per 1/8. So I guess he's talking about the pot. He might be talking about astragalus root. He'll clarify in a moment. Pot. He says pot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. That's why we didn't smell it in the tenderloin. The pot was it's too expensive for people. Yeah, it's gone way up since they legalized it. They jacked the prices way up because they're taxing the shit. So that makes sense.
And nobody that's got chemical drugs wants a pot.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, we used to.
It really is. It's the
buy
first
an ounce, bro. An ounce, a good ounce, the best ounce used to be like, 200 to 250. Now he's right. You're spending 100 for an eighth or a quarter, and that's because it's so taxed.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. People were so much better off when it was illegal and just getting it from your local dealer. And
Yep.
The fact that they were so stupid to legalize that. But such being said, well, what else in terms of anything that do you want to drive some points home before you get yourself some much earned rest? I mean, obviously, you've been through a lot since you came home. I take it that since you've come home, there hasn't been much time to rest. You've just been kind of like, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Haven't really slept. Got caught up with the time change and the jet lag, but made it through the last. I think today's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, so it's just been a whirlwind. Honestly, it was very surreal. I've been listening to you for so many years, and to put a face and a hug to the name and the sound was really special. And
so how would you describe me to our listeners?
Exactly how you sound, really.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly how you sound. I've listened to many, many hours, and we've conversed privately, publicly. I think it's just really nice to get to meet you. And
tell people about V, how she stopped dead, couldn't go near you.
Yeah. V went on Polk Street at the salon. She came in to, shake my hand and just stopped maybe 3 feet away, like as if there was a brick wall there. She couldn't come any closer, and she tried a couple other times and just couldn't get close to me. So apparently I'm not her type.
Yeah. Yes.
She was, it was interesting. And honestly, it's a weird little shop, but then Douglas told me it used to be the most famous occult bookstore, I think, in the city at one point, right, Douglas?
It was one of the most famous occult bookstores in the world.
So that'll explain that vibe.
Yeah. Yes. And
was that Fields?
Yeah, Fields Bookstore. For years. It was world renowned. And had many very rare grimoires and tomes that they carried. And
I was there. I went there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and satanic rituals were performed there on certain nights. It wasn't all that regular, but certainly on certain nights they would do that because they had a clientele and would rendezvous with people like Lon Milo Ducat was a person who held rituals there. And he was a person who was very deeply into the left-hand path, and so it was what it was, though. They were practitioners. The owners were practitioners, and then ultimately just decided they were going to, let it go. And then it became the salon that, where I see V now. And it's, I can't get out of the occult matrix, so to speak. It's very much... And it's haunted.
Yeah, I didn't really put it together, but that explains all of the schizos that were violent in that area were on Polk Street. So really, it probably emanates. That's probably the epicenter for that particular location.
Yeah, very much so. You notice that very violent people were there. They surround the shop.
Yeah, surround the shop. It was a horrible place to try to park and wait. I encountered at least 3 violent, out of their fucking mind schizos on that block. Gone. Nothing there.
Yeah.
And that's in one block, yeah.
They're attracted to the demons. Yeah. And the shit and piss that's on that block, just like in the Tenderloin. It's
Yeah. The Tenderloin was worse. I mean, the reek in the air of urine, human urine in the Tenderloin was horrendous. And then, you would say, well, let's get on the road for this little section and not get skeebies because there's 5 bodies piled up. They're pissing on each other on the sidewalk.
It's true.
They probably do have bed bugs and fucking whatever the fuck else they got. But yeah, it was rough. It's a rough area,
to say the least. Yes, and I grew up with that, and like I said, what you saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Obviously, it was enough. There's no need to dwell on that, but yeah, it was probably best for my mind and my psyche we didn't make it to my home that I grew up in. And I know I was subconsciously sabotaging our seeing Michael Aquino's home, because that would have cascaded many memories.
Yeah, I think if we had a multiple day journey, it would have been okay. But like,
Yeah.
we came from the library to the daycare center to the cemetery, up and down Leavenworth to the Tenderloin. I mean, that's a heavy triage of tour guiding.
Oh yeah, yeah. Not to mention, of course, the building in which I was quote unquote born, where my sperm was kept.
Yeah. So like the amount, like, that's an intense journey for anybody, especially yourself. It basically encapsulated all of the trauma, well, a majority of the trauma in your life. So,
Yes.
that was enough for one day.
Yeah. If you're here next time, we'll make certain to try and find where the old John O'Connell Vocational Institute was. That would be in the Mission District.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Hey, find the Cho Factory. If
Oh, yeah.
anybody could, it's you guys.
Tell Aaron
Find
about how you went to the spot where they had a photograph of where this factory was supposed to be, and there was nothing there. Tell them, Holly.
This is years ago. I was in the Whole Foods, and there's this Cho chocolate after Douglas had just said the whole story. And I was like, there you go, the proof. And I flipped over the chocolate bar, and on the back was an address for the factory tours, blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
So some while later, I just happened to be on another errand in Oakland running down that street. And I said, woohoo, let's check it out. And it was just an empty lot, fenced over, like nothing had ever been there for a long time.
There you go.
And so ever since then, that's been the joke. Where's the Cho Factory?
Wow.
But they've divested and have moved on because there ain't no more Cho chocolate in the store. You'll notice.
Yes.
Wow.
They're into something else. And I
Yeah.
saw another product that I looked at real carefully. It was hilarious what it was. That was almost spelled like that. But what was that stuff? So probably like an artificial sweetener or something, you know.
Yeah.
But it gave me the willies. But then, checking the package, it didn't seem like it probably was.
Right.
Now, Holly,
It was weird, but it started with some Italian name that started with a T and a C, you know?
Interesting. Well, Aaron's trying to ask you something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron, what were you
Yeah,
going to
sorry.
ask Holly?
Holly, did you learn about the Cho from Douglas, or did you know about them from previous researches?
Entirely. Heard
Okay.
of them, as he points out, reading Lovecraft much too young.
Okay.
But no, that was all Douglas.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So
Entirely.
yeah. And then also from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
All right.
Yeah. But certainly, as Holly pointed out, Peter Moon would go on these fixation binges where originally it was the Cho, and not a single episode would pass where he wouldn't talk about the Cho. Then it was the Vox Arca, and not a single episode would pass where he wouldn't talk about the Vox Arca. Was there any other?
As an authority.
As
an authority.
Yeah.
The Japanese Arcana, the Japanese Arcana, the giant pearls and all of the Japanese memorabilia.
Yes, the reliquary. The sacred reliquary of the Imperial House. He was on that for a while. Then there was the, of course, the, oh God, what else was there that I can think of? Of course, the Biofex Simulacra. Then the Dietrich Artelect. It was, so yeah, he would have these fixations, and but all of it. Go on.
If you go back and I can post it, on another night.
Yes.
If you listen to the 2019 transmission, which was right in the beginning, I do believe he makes reference to nearly all of those items in that episode, which weren't really touched on for the next 5-6 years in entirety, and for the next 5-6 years. So all the talking points were laid out. It's as if he had his orders, or he had his ideas of what he wanted, and he just worked until he got what he wanted out of those statements.
Yeah. I'd say it was orders. Obviously orders, because just his and so I was wondering, and this is what I presented to Brendan, Brendan feels that it's just some guy in Bangalore, India, who's an idiot who tried to break into my closed account. But no, it's very odd to me, and I feel it might be basically the AI that they programmed, this cheap expert system, this chatbot that they programmed to think it's Peter Moon as hallucinating madly that it thinks it's in India, was trying to break into the Facebook account. That's what I think that it is, and it's sourced from Bangalore, India, trying to get into my Facebook account. It just seems too coincidental otherwise. So I don't know what your own intuition is about that, Aaron, but it's very strange that suddenly that comes up, and
to me, I hate to say it, but like as far as organizations that do what the NSA does, it's almost like a tag you're it kind of moment. You know, they're like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? It's a kind of tit for tat kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Could certainly be.
Little homage to listening in on our conversations.
Yes, there we are. Quite so. Yes, they do have that sense of humor.
They do.
Yeah. And other than that, definitely our prayers are with yourself and your family, and that everything stays stable. And so now that you're getting the hang of it, of course, whenever you can, drop in on the show, and we'll obviously cover current events as well as we can, and catch up with a general status report and whatnot. How's the weather over there? I hope there's not any weird clouds that are hanging at treetop level. You might relate that to our listeners, exactly how horrific that was. And it made you sick, right? It made you literally sick, didn't it?
The whole East Coast it was around the turn of the year. I've always had respiratory issues, and I worked really hard on supplementation and exercise and such. So I made it 18 months without getting sick. And then the East Coast fog hit, and I made it through the first one. And then the second one hit like less than a week later, and everybody was sick. There were people like dying from it. It was some kind of respiratory illness in the fog. And it was weird. Like the clouds would hang in the trees behind our house and like only rain in the trees. It was really... It was all strange, and people got so sick, and it was a big thing on the East Coast. It's kind of like, nobody on the East Coast knows about the Presidio. Well, this was an East Coast phenomenon where everybody got sick from New York down to Florida entirely.
God.
It was horrendous, and many people died. Many people were intensely hospitalized. Everybody was calling into work, so every business was shorthanded, whether it was hospitals or dealerships or whatever. It was horrible. So it was fun.
Was some kind of fungus even?
It's got to be
some chemical.
I would say some kind of respiratory disorder, so probably fungal or parasital in nature. Yeah
But he feels it was like something that they did in San Francisco. Remember, I've explained before how the United States Navy was testing aerosolized weapons in San Francisco. Yeah, that this was something of that
well
nature.
Documented.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And
who knows? But it was very it was like, and how like this stuff makes it to the reels, so like everybody on the East Coast who's an influencer with reels was all talking about it. So like overnight, everybody on the East Coast had a cough and couldn't really breathe. It was like, it was intense, and it was very much talked about. I mean, it kind of died out after the first couple months.
That's crazy. It never made the news out here in my recollection. This was just a few months ago.
Yeah, the coasts are very foreign to each other. It's crazy.
I'll say.
Yeah, because I mean, I talk for a living, and I couldn't breathe for 2 months. I basically phoned it in for 2 months. So
Jeez.
Jesus.
I guess they didn't want to cause a mass panic.
Yeah, that's usually.
I mean, if people in Florida knew people in Maine were sick from the same fog, I mean, shit could blow up.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
On that note, I'm going to try to get some shut-eye, but it was a pleasure to chat with you all. Thank you so much.
Yes, well, we love you
always.
too. Yeah, and stay safe and be well. Share our love with your family, okay?
I will.
All right.
Good night, everybody. Lots of love.
All right.
Good night.
Most blessed be. Okay, and so that was Aaron Tice, and hopefully Brendan can rejoin us soon, because I'd like to take a short break in the soon enough, certainly before you decide to leave for the night. And in a worst case scenario, we'll just have yourself and Aristides talk. Do you want to? Aristides seems to be off mute, so maybe we can take advantage of that. So,
Man, I got nothing though right off the cuff.
oh, honey, you can talk about
Nothing.
the book SOS.
I already did.
Yeah, well, you can
I
start
already
reading
did.
from it. You can start reading.
I don't have it with me.
Well, yeah.
It went back to the library.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see.
No, I did that.
Okay.
Can't you hold out a little longer? We'll see about Brendan.
Oh, sure,
He said
sure.
he was coming back, didn't he?
Yeah, no, it's not urgent. It's
Unless
just,
Aristides, you got a list?
yeah, Aristides, see there?
No,
He's off mute.
What?
Oh, since you're off mute, I was wondering if you could talk with Holly about things in general while I take a short break. I'll be back in literally a few minutes.
But Holly's got nothing.
Oh, both,
Okay. Well, no. If you're taking a break, then yeah.
yeah,
Right.
sure.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just take a short break. I'll be right back in a few
Okay.
minutes.
Well,
Might as well do it
Why?
now.
How you
Good.
doing, man?
Yeah.
hey.
Hmm.
All right. Sorry, I've been kind of zoned out here, but I'm
Yeah.
here.
Bless
I'm here
you.
for the moment. I'm feeling pretty good.
Right.
So
Right. Been a lively show so far.
yeah.
Mhm.
Sure. Interesting
But
times.
yeah, I'll say. You got anything quirky in the news or anything?
Oh boy. I'll have to look. Give me a minute.
Something you can
Oh.
read?
Um.
Because I'm pretty stupefied at this point.
No, we'll figure out something to talk about. Let me see what was in the. I do have a little spot where I put stuff when I
Cool.
maybe see things in posts. I don't think it's here. Let's see. Yemen fired a missile at Jerusalem. I don't know if that's true.
Ouch.
This could be a day and more ago that I just put these
Okay.
in here.
Mhm. Mhm.
Trump touting regime change in Iran. Trump ends a nationwide TV address with the words "God bless Israel."
Ooh.
Uh,
He said fuck
the-
today or
the
yesterday.
Mossad chief and the Israel's Minister of Internal Security were fighting on the
Yeah.
street.
What?
Yeah.
Each other?
So some infighting. They were arguing. Yeah. The
Ooh,
Mossad
you got
guy
any
and the
detail
Minister
on
of
that?
Internal Security guy.
What in the world?
Yeah. Supposedly they're saying, "Oh, Iran's missile capabilities were a surprise to me. I did not imagine they had such advanced technology." The Mossad guy claims. But
Really?
what did the other guy say? Who gave you the right to provoke them? Blah blah.
Wait, no, I want to know about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's saying what? The government security guy or the Mossad guy?
Because all is happening to Israel. The Mossad guy and the Minister of Security guy are arguing. And the Mossad guy basically saying, "Oh, Iran's missile capabilities were a surprise to me. I didn't imagine they had such advanced technology."
Well, that's the same thing Tulsi Gabbard is
but
saying,
isn't
and
that
she's
like-
getting smacked
Well,
for
I
it.
mean, the one
Smacked
when I
down.
saw this, and the first reply someone had was like, "Mossad knows everything." That's probably bullshit.
Yeah. Unless, he
They
was
do.
trying to
I
get
mean,
around the
let's
fact
face
that
it,
they
you know.
didn't actually
Yeah.
have that much.
All right. I mean, criticize those greasy fuckers all you want, but they do know. They do know everything.
Oh, they'd know. So but anyway, so it was the other security forces that went to the war
Mhm.
anyway and bombed the shit out of them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because you remember that dilapidated desert trailer in the desert that they actually put on national news, the picture of it. We found the weapons program.
Right.
And it was like a broke down travel trailer.
Yeah, I mean, again,
Listing. It was
weapons
so
program,
bizarre.
whether it's like Iraq, remember it was like, oh, we have evidence of, whatever it was, biological weapons or chemical weapons, and they didn't, and they just made it up.
Totally didn't. So, I don't know. Now there's talk that Iran has 500 pounds of uranium and it's lost and all this. but the whole thing. Okay, so if the two agencies were fist fighting
On
over
the street,
this
yeah, I don't know how to send
on the
this the
street,
best. I could send something a little more conclusive, but
but the
or maybe
Tulsi
just,
thing has certainly been a street fight too.
let me see. There were suspicious, basically underground, quote unquote, earthquakes in Iran that would be either signature or more practically about either nuclear tests or some type of attack. You know what I mean? Like the depth signature didn't really match, like it didn't really print like a true seismic event should. You know, it registered seismically, but it was not as a natural, you know what I mean?
What are we
One of
talking
the
Because I
first
wonder
things.
if they do fracking there,
Okay, where's the fracking?
which in
What is it?
Iran, which makes earthquakes. Maybe they don't, and that's ridiculous. But was this contingent to this bombing event that these tremors started to happen?
I don't know. Is Doug
Okay.
wait, is Doug back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going through some things I say. I'll go through them in reverse order real quick.
Sure.
Yeah.
Something about seismic stuff reported in Iran, but like not seeming like natural, like either being nuclear tests or attacks. You know what I mean? They didn't have the right signature to be like natural, too
Mhm.
like shallow. You know, like
Interesting. Okay.
that.
Well, tell them about the fist fight, the street
Oh
fight.
yeah. So okay. Supposedly a video of the Mossad guy and the Israel's Minister of Internal Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir,
Yeah.
and then whoever the Mossad guy is,
Top guy.
fighting on the street, and the Mossad guy's like, oh, we didn't know what like Iran's missile capabilities. We had no idea they had such advanced technology. And I'm like, if anybody knew, it was a fucking Mossad.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, like I mean, you know, call them out for the greasy slime that they are, but like they know, like give them that credit. They found everything out. Like
Yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Well, I
in
definitely.
some underhanded sort of way.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. As I've described it, yes, and as you're well aware of course. So thank you for that, and so I appreciate both of you. Numbers are great. Both of you held the stage wonderfully. Yeah,
and what else?
Thank you, Aristide.
Okay, no, I'm gonna continue real quick, and then
Sure,
I'll leave it
please,
to
yeah.
you. There was that. I could look up a better receipt. I don't have something handy to send you because it's a video. I could send it. Trump talking about regime change in Iran, and something I saved about Yemen firing possibly a missile at Jerusalem, not Iran. Did a missile come out of Yemen? I don't know. Or is that a thing?
Oh, it could be.
That was the assertion somebody made.
It could be the Houthis, and they're just saying.
Yeah,
Yemen.
right. They
Yeah.
would. I
Right.
mean, you know.
Yeah, and that would make sense. And so yeah, good stuff all around. Thank you, Aristides. It's wonderful. And thank you so much again. You did well. I'm proud of you, both of you. And
Thank you.
yeah. Okay. So, like I was saying, yeah, not losing sight of the thread at all when it comes to Iran. We'll get right back to it, and then, of course, come back again to the domestic scene, which is inescapable. But consider that America is really no different from the crazy mulacracy, especially with the likes of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's recently fired the entire membership of the CDC's, the Center for Disease Control's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, and appointed several vaccine skeptics to the panel instead, which is now planning to review childhood vaccination standards. Kennedy attained his position as a reward for endorsing Donald Trump during the 2024 campaign. Tulsi Gabbard, the Directress of National Intelligence, has suggested that the former Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad did not use chemical weapons, or should I say abuse them, against his own people in 2017 and 2018, despite extensive documentation of these attacks, including by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons and the previous Trump misadministration itself. But as a former Democrat, she also attained her position after endorsing Donald Trump. Thomas Fugatti, a 22-year-old recent college graduate, who worked on Trump's 2024 campaign, is now the interim director of the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships at the Department of Homeland Security, despite having no experience in counterterrorism whatsoever. And that's to say nothing of Congress, where people such as the representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, a conspiracy theorist who once speculated that the Rothschild baking dynasty was setting wildfires with a space laser. They all now sit on the powerful House Oversight Committee. Now, politicians have long rewarded their allies with plum positions, but when allegiance replaces proficiency as the primary qualification for advancement, and conspiracism replaces competency, catastrophe can only follow. Flunkies, guided by regime ideology, lack the capacity to understand and solve any national crises. Just look at Iran. When Jalali blamed his country's drought on Israel, Iran's chief forecaster pushed back, but tentatively, obviously afraid to upset those in charge. Ahad Vaziva, the director of forecasting at Iran's meteorological organization, said that the general probably has documents of which I am not aware, but on the basis of meteorological knowledge, it is not possible for a country to steal snow or clouds. He then offered a warning that is as applicable to America today as it was then to Iran. Raising such questions not only does not solve any of our problems, but will deter us from finding the right solutions. Paradoxically, Iran has suffered serious infrastructural and civilian damage, but it is a vast country with a large, young, and educated population, so it will recover quickly. Unlike the United States, which may be large, but has increasingly no infrastructure whatsoever in more and more places, certainly not connected to any national grid or infrastructural system of communications or transportation anymore. And certainly, we have no educated population in effect. The Iranian regime, on the other hand, because of its youth and because of their education beating the American system, believe it or not, by light years, they emerge from this confrontation stronger, having taken the opportunity to purge many Mossad infiltrators, having demonstrated that they can wage both war and peace, and having shown that they can count on crucial international support, which America has completely alienated. In fact, the meeting between Putin and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was decisive for the current de-escalation, clearly hinting that the Russian Empire might have provided support to Iran in the event of a prolonged conflict. Israel seems to have run out of targets to bomb in its surroundings, but no one doubts that Netanyahu, unwilling to face any reckoning, will come up with some new creative escalation, perhaps towards Gaza, whose martyrdom has not ceased even in recent days. In any case, in the history of Israel after 1949, there has never been such a level of internal destruction, not even during the Yom Kippur War. And the smug idea that it could get away with anything without ever paying a price seems to have vanished. Whether and how this will affect domestic politics is unclear, But at a glance, the era of perceived impunity appears to be over, and that is usually an important step toward maturity. Oh, and in breaking news, Red China backs Iran in the fight against Israel. And today, Putin was asked why...
Day late and a dollar short.
Yeah, no shit.
Typical Chai-Com shit.
Yes, thank you. And you're able to rejoin us. I hope everything's as stable as can be. Update us on what you feel comfortable sharing. Anything new come to mind?
Oh, no, I'm going to do some sunset rituals and then I will return. So
okay.
I just was chiming in because I heard that.
Thank you. Well, here's something else you can chime into. Today, Putin was asked why he is not assisting Iran, certainly not in any measurable way that's obvious. His response, there are 2 million Russian speakers in Israel. Israel is nearly a Russian-speaking country.
Yeah.
He said that himself.
He's already got it.
He said that himself. Yeah, it's out now. It's
Which
out.
is what you've been chatting about for years.
Thank you. He finally said the quiet part aloud. I guess the only part he didn't say aloud is, and I am one of them.
Yeah. I don't think you need to say that because it's August.
Yeah.
We cower in fear of Israel's wants and supply them, and Russia runs the place.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Which also runs the United States. As I said, the new axis of evil is the United States under the heel of Israel and Russia, and we're on the same side as communist China. And ultimately, paradoxically, Iran, which is why Trump has been so placating toward Iran and saying, make Iran great again. He's coming around to see the light now. Yeah. So who's on the other side? Japan?
And everybody needs more arms.
Well, yes.
Everybody needs more arms.
Absolutely. And
it's an arms race. The people that get along are racing to get more arms.
Yes.
It's ironic, Well,
thank God.
A real boom.
Well, honey, you do know that to me this is all a positive, and I hope to.
I do.
Yes. Yeah. To me,
I do.
Yeah. That's hopefully with you'll begin to see it that way. Honestly, it's better for nature when man starts turning against himself. There's less time for him.
There's something to be said for that. As soon as they get those steel plants online all over the world.
Well, there's not much of that.
And those mines, new mines.
Yeah. There's not much of that anymore, and
it's coming. There'll have to be.
Well, hopefully we move.
They're sure scheming here too. Oh boy, there's a lot of cobalt in Idaho.
I mean, I hope that people begin to see the light and find some alternative to this battery fixation, this giant battery on a hill vision that they fucking got.
God, me too. But without batteries, you got no solar or wind power. And on an industrial level, there's big problems with solar and wind power. There's no believing any of it's clean.
That's right. Everything has a price. Everything has a price.
But you don't get solar or wind without batteries.
Yeah.
Period.
Then thank you for reminding people of that. It's it's an important point, and hopefully people will
unless they're home-sized systems, in the 70s you could hook your thing up to a bicycle and power it up an hour a day.
Yeah, there you go.
Home systems, like decentralized, it could be doable.
Yeah, of course. I like the idea of Americans riding bicycles to provide their own energy.
It's doable. It actually is. It's pretty simple.
Well, technically yes, but getting an American to that would require. This is why they're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, so they can make slavery legal again, so that every American can have a black person bicycling in their home to provide them energy.
Well, they're all going to the gym and Soul Cycle and shit. So it's not that much of a leap. But, you know,
Oh, damn.
never going to
I
happen.
almost choked on that. I almost choked on that. Oh, yes. By the way, if you're out there, Troy, I hope you didn't take offense. Troy sent this video. This is the most important video ever in the Infinite Call. And it was this guy pointing out that Iran has no nuclear program, that they totally dismantled it when they agreed to, and then Trump attacks them. He's basically attacking nothing, and me and Brendan were saying this, throughout the last few episodes. It's like, come on, Troy, or, is it simply because, a white guy says it? It makes it important. That's a cheap shot. I didn't mean that, Troy. Don't take that too seriously.
He did get to jack off with his big balls bomb.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Trump or
Netanyahu. Trump or Netanyahu. Trump was complaining that the Israelis dropped the big bombs. He was complaining the Israelis dropped the big bombs. So I thought he was...
He got to drop his, too.
Yeah, they're all dropping trow. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was the one that put a dent in it, and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think they sent a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
At huge money. And you heard Elon blew up the latest rocket again.
Yes. Tell us about that. That's just delicious. That's the
5th one in a row.
Yeah.
Or so.
Yeah, they're blowing up on the launching pads. Come on, Brendan, you gotta join in on that one. Come on.
It's a hell of a spectacle. I recommend seeing the film. Quite a spectacle. And you want to talk about a toxic cloud.
Yeah.
Now, he's in the middle of an Indian reservation and a nature preserve.
Of course.
And the Gulf of Mexico. So great, over and over. Now, he did incorporate as a town the Texas launch base.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's called Space Base, and it's a town.
Yeah, it should be Space Face, but go on.
It's an Elon company town.
Yes. Oh, God. Talk about hell on
like
earth.
it or not.
Yeah,
and so a bunch of poor suckers live there, and so they're all fleeing, and he's moving his own people in. So it's his first little official enclave with a zip code and everything.
Yeah. There you go. It's disgusting. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, he'll get his. That dumb fuck. He suffers just being alive. He suffers just
He
being
must.
Yeah.
I gotta believe he does. I don't believe every evil person does.
Yeah. It's funny you say that.
I don't think Trump does.
Yeah, Trump does.
I don't think little George Bush did.
No, they're too...
Kissinger? Hell no.
Yeah, no.
No, I don't think they suffer. But I think Elon probably does.
Because
he's mental.
Yeah, there you go. Because he's truly.
Yeah.
Well, they're all mental, but his particular pathology is that he can never be happy because he's so twisted and so convoluted. By the way, it's not something that gives him depth. He's not a tormented soul in the sense that he has any depth. He's just a tormented soul in the sense that he can't imagine what it's like to be happy. The other people, they got happy just off, well, I don't know about George Bush Jr. He was just an idiot. He was too stupid to be unhappy. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but with someone like Henry Kissinger or Trump, Henry Kissinger, he was just grooving off the suffering of others. He truly was. Yeah, truly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
because he was Jewish.
Yeah. And
a victim.
Yeah. Consider he was Jewish, but he was no fucking victim. He might play the card, but
but it's the mentality, the basis of the religion.
Yeah, the basis of their whole religion. But
you owe me.
Yeah, that's right. You owe me, and watching everybody else suffer gets the rocks off. Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
They do it because it feels good, man.
They do. It's true. Oh my God. And they feel they're doing God's work. Not that they believe in God. They don't believe in God, but they feel they're doing some kind of work that's divine by you.
They do.
Yeah.
Fully, they do.
Yeah, that's
ordained, if you will.
Yes, that's a level of insanity. And when I say that, obviously we're speaking in generalities. Of course, there's some rabbis that believe in God. There's some religious Jews, but they're fucking rare. And they're usually the ones trapped in those communities where well, their vision of God or their interpretation of God is so narrow. It's like those communities are like they're in their own universe. They're like,
Well, and look how creepy the Old Testament God is.
oh,
I mean,
it's
Jesus is
an
a hell of a
anti-God.
relief.
Yes.
A
Oh,
hell of a relief
yes. Well, that's
compared
the whole.
to that.
Well, that's the whole reason
God.
Christianity became so popular. I mean, compared to
Yeah.
the Old who would want the Old Testament God?
I don't know. It was like there wasn't no choice.
Yeah.
And there is a passage in the Bible where Yahweh strides into the Congress of the gods, Baal and the rest, the other caste, and dominates. He's the trump of the gods.
Yeah. There you go. That's.
And it's weird because if as above, so below is true, it works the other way too.
Yeah. There you go. That's.
What if the universe is run by crazed madmen?
Yeah.
And it's trickling down.
It's easy enough to believe.
Yeah.
With what we see, yes. It's not a trickle down effect. That's more like urine, like a steady stream of urine.
Exactly. Yeah. Trickle down of nothing good. No honey.
Yeah, that's right.
No mana.
Yeah, no mana, just suffering. It's worse than hell.
Like maybe that place on Polk Street was creepy even before Fields.
Yeah, good point.
Right?
But doubt
Something underground or something.
Oh,
I don't know.
No doubt. Yes, it's when our man Aaron first showed up, I told him to show up at the salon at 12:30. He got there half an hour early. I was still, under wraps, so to speak. But I was looking out the window, and he was wearing the Irish kind of beanie. What do you call the flat top kind of East Coast, the Irishman?
Newsboy?
Yeah, one of those. He's wearing that and sunglasses. And so he's looking in the window, and I said, "Oh God, there's another fucking pervert creep staring at me."
No!
And then he kept
From
staring.
under his brim.
Yeah, from under his brim. Then he kept staring. I said, "Geez, this one's serious."
He's out there. Is he in there?
Yeah.
Is this the right place?
Yeah. Then he walked in, and I said, "Shit, I'm gonna have
Jingle,
to get physical."
jingle.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get physical. And then I realized it was Aaron only when he opened his mouth and started, Douglas.
And the East Coast came out. Yeah.
That's right. Then I said, "Oh, it's Aaron." And then, that's when V showed up. But she definitely wanted nothing to do with him. It was.
I remember meeting her a couple times. She was friendly, but I remember her suspicious gaze.
Yes.
She eyed me suspiciously through the entirety of the time.
Yes. Oh my God.
Which I accepted with
there you
equanimity.
go. Yeah. No, you're good.
I couldn't blame her.
No, you're good at that. You're good at that. Yeah. And
Tiny little thing, but she's a Spitfire.
In her own way, yeah, that's definitely the enemy. I mean, she's like, you talk about somebody who like takes 10 years before she tells me that, all the while I'm tolerating Brendan, I could have dismissed him much earlier, 10 years before she tells me that, oh yeah, his wife was in here and came in specifically at times just to see you. And, I mean, it just, people are, they're on their own agenda. They're operating on their own agendas. And, so when it comes to these agendas internationally, whether the final blow comes from a new American imperial administration and ascendant market Leninist China or a resurgent Europe, Putin's strategic game is already lost. The only question is who will recognize the limits of his position and respond accordingly. Perhaps Europe is finally getting ready to do so. So his human nuke, Donnie Trump, has launched a war inside America, and that's the button that Putin pushed to retaliate. Donnie Trump has launched a war inside America on vulnerable people inside America. In the one place, California, wherein most of our inhabitants loathe him. For Trump, California stands out as his biggest, bluest enemy. After Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election, despite losing the popular vote by about 2.9 million votes, he quickly zeroed in on the major reason: California. He was trounced in my state and our dear Hollies, as well as Brendan Zogit's, by more than 4.2 million votes, and claimed, without evidence, that many of those ballots were fraudulently cast. The relationship between Trump and our nation's most populous, wealthiest, and, well, let's just say greatest state has never really recovered. And now, as the events of the past few weekends have proven, it might have hit rock bottom. While Trump has had his battles with Massachusetts and other Democratic-run states in his 2 midterms in office, my golden California stands out as his biggest, bluest enemy. But the fight, during which Trump has threatened to cut off federal funding to my state, could have ramifications that stretch beyond our borders. If we were our own country, my California would have the world's 4th largest economy, meaning our well-being has major consequences for a nation trying to stay out of a second Great Depression. With our progressive policies, a highly diverse population, and total Democratic control, California has frequently been the target of President Trump's ire and is the polar opposite of his Make America Hate Again tunnel vision. He lost our state by millions of votes in each of his 3 campaigns. We are home to many of his most ardent Democratic opponents over the years: Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Kamala Harris, and our current governor, a dino or a Democrat in name only, Gavin Newsom. California has ergo frequently been the target of Trump's vendetta. It began with the false claims of voter fraud in 2016, continued with his threat to withhold disaster relief after the wildfires his own red insurgents set ablaze in 2018, and again in January of 2025, and now with his decision to send the National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles, sans consulting Newsom in response to protests against his misadministration's economically suicidal program of mass deportation. As he gathered with more than a dozen Democratic House colleagues from the state to blast Trump's latest maneuvers and pledged to go toe-to-toe with him over it all yesterday, last week, Representative Jimmy Panetta, a California Democrat, told reporters in the U.S. Capitol he does not like our politics. But you know what? That's okay, because clearly based on the election, California does not like the narcissistic personality of Donald Trump, and we clearly do not like his policies. This combative approach, highlighted by Newsom daring Trump to arrest him after a misadministration official threatened to do so over the weekend before last, dates to Trump's first midterm and the 123 lawsuits our state nation filed against his policies. It helps fuel an ongoing war with California that appears to be personal as well as political. Representative Juan Vargas, another California Democrat, told the Boston Globe, "He tries to bully us, but we fight back. We don't roll over. I mean, we fight back. And so we're fighting back right now. And I think he kind of likes that, actually." That sounds awful. That sounds like a woman who's being raped and scratches and kicked, and the guy enjoys that. That's what it feels like to be California. Like an assaulted woman whose resistance turns the assailant on. Now, one of Vargas's Republican colleagues from California, the Representative Doug LaMalfa, agreed that the strong pushback from state Democrats is behind the tumultuous relationship. LaMalfa recalled the first advice he got about Trump from his 2016 running mate, Mike Pence. To quote us, LaMalfa, he said, "Trump is a counterpuncher. He doesn't really want to draw the first blood. He'll want to sit in a room with you. Art of the deal, all that stuff, right? But you attack him, he will punch back. Hard." Dan Schnurr, a former Republican strategist who teaches political communications at the University of Southern California and the University of California at Berkeley, where I met him, has explained that there are clear advantages for Trump in taking on California. When push comes to shove, he's a deep red president dealing with a deep blue state. Even if Trump wanted to make it work, it wouldn't be easy. But he doesn't want to make it work at all. He knows how much he benefits with his base by picking fights with California. So, with rare exceptions, the political payoff is much greater than any downside. Trump hasn't always had a problem with California. In the 1987 book he co-wrote, The Art of the Deal, Trump said he flirted briefly with the idea of attending film school at the University of Southern California because he was attracted to the glamour of the movies. But of course, well, Holly, you can guess what happened when he appeared at what do they call them? Audition. And they tried to get him to read Shakespeare. And, the Jews just laughed him off the stage. Since then, he was, he had it out for California ever since. He decided to go into his family's real estate business in New York instead, leading the representative, Ro Khanna, a Democrat from Northern California, to say, it's hard to know what's fueling Trump's animosity. Khanna saying, who knows what's in his head? But he's been obsessed with it. Well, the White House has never responded to my request for comment. Several Democrats said Trump was looking for a distraction after his highly public falling out with the multi-billionaire Elon Musk last month. And when Trump wants to stir things up, California makes the perfect foil. Representative Jimmy Gomez, a Southern California Democrat, said some people have suggested Trump got irked at California when his plans to build a 125-foot office tower in Los Angeles were squashed in the early 1990s. Gomez observing, if he was a regular former New Yorker, I would say that he didn't like the Dodgers. But I think it's just what he thinks California stands for. He's looking for a good show. He's an entertainer. I think he's thinking about what's going to make good television. And going after California, the most populous state, the fourth largest economy on the face of the planet, is good TV for himself. Just as in his first midterm, Trump returned to office on bad terms with California. Immediately after last November's election, Newsom called for a special session of the state legislature to safeguard California values and fundamental rights in the face of an incoming Trump administration. It later led to a $50 million state fund to pay for court fights and legal services for immigrants. Trump blasted the move on social media, using a demeaning nickname and writing that Governor Gavin Newsom is trying to kill our nation's beautiful California. Then in January, Trump called California's leaders incompetent for their handling of the Los Angeles wildfires and threatened to withhold disaster aid unless the state changed our water policies. Trump even ordered water released from 12 California dams despite reservoirs that supply the Los Angeles area at record levels, and the release ended up wasting water needed for farmers. Newsom initially tried to defuse the threat on wildfire funding, greeting Trump when he visited Los Angeles to tour the damage just 4 days after taking office. But Lonnie Chen, a fellow at the conservative Hoover Institution think tank in California, who was policy director for Republican Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, emphasizes that Newsom is also a potential 2028 Democratic presidential candidate, and that has added to the current tensions. Herm's self-asserting, in her own words, "It takes two to tango. I think a lot of governors have tried to stay above it a little bit, and while they've disagreed with Trump, they haven't turned it into this kind of personal macho match that it appears as though Newsom is trying to do here." But the Representative Pete Aguilar, the third-ranking House Democrat, concludes that it's exactly that kind of fight that Trump gets from California that keeps our state in his crosshairs. Aguilar going on record to say, just look at who he surrounds himself with. A lot of people who tell him yes and tell him what he wants to hear. You're not going to hear that when you're talking to Democrats from California. So all of this was manufactured by Trump. It was and is his own creation. The frightful specter of federally controlled troops in American streets has historically signaled a social crisis, forcing integration in Arkansas, protecting civil rights marchers in Alabama. But Trump is sending the military to Los Angeles at a time when state and local officials say there is no need. Let's be clear. Trump and his chaos cultists want blood in the streets. They have been planning for it. His own, Trump wrote on Truth Social shortly after midnight, Saturday night before last. "Looking really bad in LA." And then all in the uppercase, "Bring in the troops!" with multiple exclamation marks. The bully-in-chief has appointed a bunch of tin pot bullies to every position of lethal force in the federal government and is now activating them. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem is a Trump stooge, seemingly without understanding of the United States Constitution. Secretary of State Marco Rubio appears willing to go along with whatever Trump wants. Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller is a maniacal xenophobe. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is a brain-dead Trump sycophant. The border czar Tom Homan is a maniacal toady who has not ruled out arresting California's leaders if they obstruct federal law enforcement. The central struggle of
that
civil...
dude looked like he's about to fall over from all the steak he eats and shit.
Tell us about that.
Barbecue.
Tell us about that.
He was like,
yeah.
I don't know, he was just winded when he was talking.
Mm.
Like, he was like, they were asking him, "Are you gonna arrest Newsom?" And he's like panting, just trying to explain it.
Yeah.
It's just, like, I don't know how much longer he's gonna last.
Tell him, I think it's called meat sweats. He's got the meat sweats.
Yeah, he had the meat sweats. He got his bonus from doing Trump's bidding, and he went out to the steakhouse. But he's so old he can't enjoy it. Poor bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got that tenderloin right. But he couldn't handle it. Like, he looked deathly when he was talking. He was like panting and shit.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. I appreciate that profoundly. He does. I never dwelt on it, but yes.
And then he was like, "I never said I would arrest, I never said I would go after Newsom. I just, if he showed up, he did something." It's like, he didn't even know what to say.
Damn, reminds me
collected the paycheck.
Reminds me of Brandon Young and someone else we know. They're all, "I didn't say that." It's just
I would never.
I read an interesting piece today that both Trump and Hegseth are terrified of the military because they're afraid they won't do what they want them to do.
Shit, they don't need to worry about that. Those motherfuckers.
Well, we have seen scattered incidents where locals have turned back these ICE raids.
Yes. Yeah, the Dodgers.
So
the Dodgers turned away the ICE raiders.
I gotta believe that a lot of those agents aren't really all in the plan. They're sleeping on concrete floors, and they didn't sign up to like mow down Americans necessarily.
Don't tell me you feel.
They went out and interviewed
Yeah.
the National Guard and stuff, and they said like, look, we don't even want to be here. This is like so.
Yeah.
pointless.
Yeah.
So that if
And
it came
we don't
push
know
to
what
shove,
we're
they wouldn't
doing
be
here. Yeah. So that's why they're doing a big purge of wokeism
Like
and
no
shit.
one wants to eat MREs in downtown LA when they can go have barbecue and shit and like tacos.
And there's
They're, like,
protesting
saying,
old
"We want
ladies.
tacos and shit."
They're supposed to kill and seize. So
Well, okay, let's put it this way: those people were not old ladies. So
Yeah.
they were throwing bottles and
hey,
bottles,
it's
but,
a
yeah.
mix. It
I
starts
didn't
out
see a
old
single
ladies.
old lady. I didn't see a single old lady.
Oh no, thank you, Brendan. That's delightful. But Holly, don't tell me you're feeling sorry for the ICE agents sleeping on concrete floors. Good.
I'm just hoping it wakes them up. So when they do have to say no, sorry, we're not doing it.
You mean the National Guardsmen, not the ICE. The ICE people are all in. They're
All in. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but-
afraid that's true.
Yeah, they're all
Yeah.
running coon dogs and house niggers that are
Yeah,
just
right.
yeah.
Who have actually
but they'll
mowed
find out
old
when they-
ladies
when the
down in
bonus checks
overseas. Yeah,
yeah.
bounce,
they
later.
enjoy.
What's that, Brent? I'm sorry. So yeah, like Holly said, they enjoy.
I said they'll change their tune later when the bonus checks bounce or something when they don't feel like paying them later.
That's right.
I love it. Yes.
And then put them in
'Cause you
jail
know
for
that'll
complaining or worse.
Oh, shit.
Precedent for that.
Yeah. So Brendan, complete that thought. I heard Holly's, but what your thought is that they're just going to short these guys, shortchange them. That's
Yeah, eventually when they feel like they've done enough, then they'll say, "Oh, we didn't approve that overtime." You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
And
never
that
got a
$1,000
budget.
won't ever show up.
Good
They
point.
never got a budget.
Yeah.
They just shipped them out. There was no plan to pay them,
Yeah.
or house them or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Just shipped them over and
Well, right
dropped them
now
off.
they're happy because they're getting overtime, so that's why they're all gung ho.
Oh yeah, they can't wait.
oh
That
disgusting.
for sure. That changes everything.
Now
They'll do anything.
yeah, it's
That's the way to get the army on your side.
oh there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down
Frightening.
to. Turn them
Well, that's
into
what they
Yeah.
had to do. That's why everyone was
Yeah.
complaining about not only the military parade but all this deployment is that you have to pay them double time because
Yeah.
they're sitting there for 15, 20 hours.
That's right.
So
Thank you.
Oh well, yeah.
It,
yeah.
It's
Well, he tripled the military budget, so
yeah. Well, that's,
I guess there's and fired a bunch of people, so I guess there's
They've-
lots of money for
they've-
that shit.
they've turned the military into a mercenary force.
Yeah.
Now, the central struggle of civilization has always been to stop brutality. Unless we prevent the stronger from attacking or exploiting the weaker, none of us is safe. A civil society is the opposite of what Trump seeks. A civil society doesn't allow the strong to brutalize the weak. It moves as far away as possible from brutality. Every time the stronger brutalize the weaker, whether it's Trump and his flunkies bullying immigrants and the state of California, white supremacists bullying black and Latino people, giant corporations bullying customers with high prices, the wealthy bullying the public to get giant tax cuts, Elon Musk bullying poor people by cutting programs they depend on. Oh, your input, please, from my... Say it? Repeat it. Repeat it. I couldn't get it. It's glitched. Oh.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, I'm probably getting an echo from...
You must be.
Yeah, it's... Okay, so whoever's in on the call who's just turning on the
they had
record...
to change the tape.
Yeah, they had to
come on,
change...
dude, turn the mic off before you change the tape. That's like such a Ricky move. Like, jeez.
So you heard it
Like
too.
so simple. Do we have to write it down or what?
Yes, you heard it too then. You heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's happened every couple hours because the tape reel runs out.
Yeah.
Like, come on. And it's like you're supposed to hit stop record and then turn off the mic and then switch the tape. You know, it's just like, come on, dude.
Oh, shit.
This is basic. This is basic shit.
Yes.
Or just go digital. Just go buy a digital one. It's like, come on.
Oh,
Are
they're
they
not going to
paying
spend
you
money
enough?
on that. They're not going to spend
Yeah.
money on that. You'd think it'd be more expensive after a while to maintain the old shit. You really.
It must be, but they're just so backwards.
Yeah,
Who knows what the fuck's going on?
It's true, and they got unlimited budget for their bullshit. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, they get all the money. That brings us back to the bullying, whether it's the wealthy bullying the public to get giant tax cuts, or Elon Musk bullying poor people by cutting programs they depend on, police bullying poor black people, powerful men bullying women through sexual harassment, politicians building their power by bullying racial or ethnic minorities, Netanyahu wiping out Palestinians in Gaza, Putin trying to take over the Ukraine. It's fundamentally the same playbook. Stoke fear, exploit desperation, suspend the rule of law, fan brutality. Unless the bullies are stopped, an entire society, even the world, can descend into chaos. Our duty is to stop brutality. Our responsibility is to hold the powerful accountable. Our challenge is to stand up to abuses of power. Like the idiots changing the tape reel while I'm talking and causing an echo effect. Our moral obligation is to protect the vulnerable. Now, this week, or the week before, we've seen the protests, and as long as these protests continue, participate. Protest, but please do it peacefully. Do not be provoked into violence. Take videos of any brutality Trump's agents are wreaking to show the rest of America and the world. Be smart. Be careful. This isn't Law and Order, the televisual franchise. It's political violence, plain and simple. Both I, myself, and the majority of Team Dietrich are based in California, and we are shining a light on the protesters being targeted, the officials pushing back, and the terrifying precedent being set by a president treating dissent as a threat to be crushed by force. This is exactly what authoritarian regimes do. The bomb turned peaceful protests into war zones. The no-go banner, the silencing of all dissent. Oh, and the blue cap, the red cap, whatever they paste their logo on, wrap it all in nationalist military propaganda. We cannot meet this one-way street moment with silence or apathy. Under Donald Trump, the federal government is like a sexually abusive father. Never there when you need him, but eager to stick his dick in your business when you don't want him to. The relationship between Trump and California has always been bad, but the past few weeks represent a new low. On Friday of the week before last, CNN reported that the White House was seeking to cut off as much federal funding to the Golden State as possible, especially to state universities. That afternoon, protests broke out in Los Angeles as ICE agents sought to make mass arrests. By that Saturday, Trump had announced that he was federalizing members of the National Guard and deploying them to LA over the objections of our Governor Gavin Newsom, a fade dino, a Democrat in name only, no less. Americans have seen the National Guard called out to deal with the aftermath of riots in the past, but its involvement over the past few weekends represents a dramatic escalation. The National Guard was deployed to Los Angeles in 1992 during riots after the acquittal of 4 police officers in the beating of Rodney King. The well, I would say the scale of the destruction in that instance, compared with scattered violence in Los Angeles these past few weekends, helps show why Trump's order was disproportionate, to say the least. National Guard troops were also deployed in Minneapolis during protests after the murder of George Floyd, at the request of Governor Tim Walz, Trump falsely claiming that he deployed the troops when Walz would not. In all of these recent cases, however, governors have made the call to bring out the National Guard. A president has not done so since 1965, the year before I was born, when Lyndon Johnson took control of the Alabama National Guard from the arch-segregationist Governor George Wallace and ordered it to protect civil rights leaders' third attempt to march from Selma to Montgomery. The situations aren't even closely analogous. Johnson acted only after local leaders had demonstrated that law enforcement would violently attack the peaceful marchers. By contrast, the Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department have plenty of experience and sufficient manpower to deal with protests of the last few weekends' size, and military forces are a riskier choice because they are not trained as police. Newsom opened the work week before last by saying he will sue the misadministration over the deployment. That lawsuit is now underway. Elizabeth Goitein, a scholaress at the Brennan Center for Justice who has written extensively in The Atlantic magazine about the abuse of presidential emergency powers, told the Washington Post that Trump's order is completely unprecedented under any legal authority. The use of the military to quell civil unrest is supposed to be an absolute last resort. Trump is doing this because he wants to provoke a confrontation with mine own Golden State nation of California. The president sees tough immigration enforcement as a political winner, but he also wants to abuse the face-off to expand the federal government's power to control states. Trump's vision is federalism as a one-way street. If states need help, they might be on their own. But if states believe that federal intervention is unnecessary and even harmful, too fucking bad. If the president wants to shut off funds to states for nothing more than political retribution or personal animus, he believes that he can do that. A White House spokesperson told CNN that decisions about potential cuts were not final, but said that no taxpayer should be forced to fund the demise of our country. A laughably vague and overheated rationale to act against California, if ever there was one, considering that without us, if we were to perform a Cal exit, a secession, America's economy would plunge to the level of Morocco, well below that of Mexico, our southern neighbor, within days. If states have been struck by major disasters, however, they'd better hope they voted for Trump, or that their governors have a good relationship with him, because as he said, red states will always get more. Some of these attempts to strong-arm states are obviously illegal and will be successfully challenged in court. Others are in gray areas, and still others are plainly legal, manifestations of what I call totaler politik, or total politics, in which officials wield powers that are legal but improper or unwise. This is a marked shift from the traditional American conservative defense of states' rights, although that argument has often been deployed to defend racist policies such as slavery and segregation. The right has also argued for the prerogative of local people to stave off an overweening federal government. Conservatives also tended to view Lyndon Johnson as a boogeyman, not a role model. Kristi Noem, now the Secretary of Homeland Security, bristled at the idea of federalizing the National Guard just last year when she was serving as governess of South Dakota. But Trump's entire approach is to centralize control. He has pursued...
There hasn't been a peep at her
Thank
since
you.
that allergy attack.
There
Not
you
a peep.
There
And
you go.
it's going on a week.
Tell people
So
about...
that's the longest she and out of the...
Well, that's why they sent her. That's why they sent her to Fort Detrick to shut her up. Tell them about how she got the allergy. Tell people.
Boy, that was right.
It's
Yeah, well,
weaponized. Yeah.
So when a
They're
big
glitching you, honey. They're glitching you.
little
They're glitching you. Find a different
chemical
position.
war...
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, now?
Yeah, better now. Better now.
Hello, hello?
Now re-say it. Now say it all
Okay.
again.
In the chemical library, laboratory bowels of Fort Detrick, having a grand tour and lots of photographs of it, documentation. I don't think Xià̶hì was there.
He knows better.
I don't think so.
He was
yeah,
in the
he
National
didn't go
Guard.
on that.
Yeah.
But a few of them were. And next thing you know, she's hospitalized with an allergy attack.
Allergy
No
attack.
connection between the two.
Oh, but
See.
there is. Oh, but there
They
is.
were incidental.
Man, they weaponized something just for her. Just to shut her ass
It was
up.
incidental. And she got out of the hospital the next day, supposedly, or at least that hospital. And she hasn't been heard of since in the headlines.
Oh, yeah. It's probably something that took her voice away.
So makes you wonder.
Oh, yeah. It's laughable. It's so obvious it's laughable. And
Yeah, I mean, these people turned my soul black because my immediate prayer was, please God, let it be anthrax.
yes.
And I don't want to be like that, you know? Come on.
Oh, we want to be with these people. We really do.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, because Trump has pursued Project 2025's plan to seize new powers for the executive branch and to establish right-wing big government, flexing the coercive capacity of the federal government over citizens' lives. Tom Homan, Trump's lunatic border czar with the meat sweats, has suggested that he wouldn't hesitate to arrest Gavin Newsom, and this, I think it was this weekend last, Trump endorsed the idea. The weekend before last, I mean to say. And Trump allies have proposed all sorts of other ways to force state governments to comply, such as cutting off Justice Department grants or FEMA assistance for states that don't sign up to enforce Trump's mass immigration policies. Or should I say mass deportation policies, an issue where state governments do not traditionally even have a role. This duress is not limited to blue states. Just the week before last, under pressure from the Department of Justice, Texas agreed to trash a 24-year-old law signed by then-Governor Rick Perry, who later became Trump's Secretary of Energy, that gives in-state college tuition to some undocumented immigrants. If nothing else, the Trump era has given progressives a new appreciation for states' rights. The Democrat attorneys general have become some of the most effective opponents of the Trump White House, just as Republican ones battled the Obama and Biden administrations. On Friday of the week before last, Newsom mused aloud about California withholding federal taxes. This is plainly illegal, but you can see where he's coming from. In fiscal year 2022, our state contributed 83 billion United States dollars more to the federal government than we received.
Oh.
The California situation is such that the federal government does not support us, you dumb motherfuckers outside the borders of our
I
state.
don't think that doesn't even account for the tax money all of us pay that live here.
Thank you.
I think that's just on the top. That's just the whipped cream
That's
that
true.
they get.
That's true. California supports the United States, not the other way around.
Right.
Yeah.
Like 50 million people with high salaries. Yeah, they can't afford that cut.
Yeah. If you people think, oh, don't Californicate us and, oh, all this comes out of California without us.
I've seen so many Idaho license plates, and if you go there, they just say, California.
Yo,
You guys are forcing all this evil on us and shit. And then meanwhile, they're getting paid $7 an hour and all their costs are rising. It's so backwards.
yeah, and without us, they'd have nothing. Yeah,
No.
you
They have to move out here. The construction guys move out here because they can get paid buku money.
Yes.
But they still talk shit. So it's just weird.
Fuck them. Fuck them. Yeah, honestly, we should have Cal Exit just to fuck you mothers over. All you people out there need us. Without us, you're literally, half of you are gonna starve to fucking death.
Yeah.
And
that's not even counting the agriculture. Exactly. So
yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I need to
numbers don't
see,
lie,
though.
Yeah.
I can look it up for myself once I'm off the call, but what was top to bottom the statewide numbers for Trump versus Harris in 2024?
Sure. Well, like you said, you can look that up.
I can look that up, but I'm feeling a lot of willies on that. I am. God, California has a lot of haters that live here. Because I know so many Californians that whine and will vote red.
But they don't want to move because
first
they
opportunity.
can't afford it.
Right. So they want to bring the noise here. And so I need, for my own peace of mind, to look up, because it weren't no landslide. I know that.
Yeah, well,
and if places like California and Jersey flip, that's going to be quite something.
Yeah, well,
that's never going to happen.
The only encouraging sign I see, all right, fine. The only encouraging sign I can see is...
It's a 38%.
Oh, that's a landslide. Okay. Thank you. You've calmed my soul.
Yeah, and then it's like Doug said, it's a blue belt, and then it dips into Sacramento County, and then the rest is red. Yeah. That's all the rural areas.
But there's nobody out there so much.
Yeah.
And everyone else voted for Kennedy. So,
yeah.
Thank you. You've calmed my soul.
Glad to be able to do that. Yeah.
I'm not trying to sound rude, but it seems redundant to even look into it, but
Thank you, but it had to be done because Holly is a true. She's truly a fatalist. She's a fatalist.
It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago, and even though change is increasing in pace constantly, I just needed to know that last count. Thank you very much for providing it, as redundant and stupid as it might be. You did it anyway, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. If California,
moving on.
Yeah, if California's not getting...
I feel better.
There, good. Our whole purpose is
I thank you, yeah.
See, Brendan, you're acting as a political therapist. He's a political
therapist. You relieve suffering.
Yes.
Oh, I would...
You relieve the
I don't
tiny bit of suffering. Well, I tell you relieved...
If you really want to know how I feel, then it's really...
No, I don't.
In the wood chipper, in the...
I know
Gerald
that,
James
but
right?
But you relieved my suffering for a mere moment, and that counts for something.
It does.
Well, that's good.
It does.
It does. Can't help it.
Now, if California's not getting disaster aid, but instead is getting hostile deployments of federal troops, Californians might find it harder to see what's in it for us. No wonder one poll commissioned by an advocacy group earlier this year found that 61% of our state's residents think California will be better off as a separate nation. Now, secession isn't going to happen, as journalists writing about aspiring red state secessionists in recent years have noted. Leaving the Union is unconstitutional. But the fact that these questions keep coming up is a testament to the fraying relationship between the federal government and the states. Trump's recent actions, I should say misactions, towards my California show why tensions between Washington and the states are likely to get only worse as long as he's president. Now, let me take a break here to respond to emoji some of the recent comments and get back to work soon enough. And
yeah, but just about earlier, I forgot to mention that whole Thailand thing.
yeah.
Not to distract you from the topic, but
Oh, go on
the-
about that, please.
like it just makes me agree with you more about the pot.
Yes.
Because I used to think, oh, pot's like, it'll make people better if everyone was smoking.
Oh,
But
God.
now I'm like more in your camp where I think it's just destroying fucking lives and shit. Like
Oh,
whatever cannabis has become, it's like so far away from what it used to be or what the nature originally had
Yeah.
that it's just destroying people. So even in
Kids
Thailand,
won't even know it comes.
They-
Kids won't even know it comes from a plant soon.
Yeah.
yes.
If they don't, if they know
Well, besides
already.
that, even when it's in plant
There's no
form, it's
plant
so
involved.
dangerous
Yeah.
that the Thai government is trying to revoke legal marijuana dispensaries. They don't want it anymore.
Yeah.
'Cause it's destroyed their country.
Yeah.
And like the tourists get all, they just come there for that, and it's just creating this issue.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a reverse of like legalization, that's a bad sign. That means something went terribly wrong.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm shocked that they legalized to begin with. Actually,
That was so crazy. That was so crazy. It was a
because
dumb...
I was there once, and oh man, like you had to bury it in the beach because you never knew. It was extremely strict.
Yeah. I hate
And
to
that
say
was
it.
the 90s.
Oh man, I hate to say it. And Crystal will hate me for this because she loves her weed. She loves her weed, but yeah, in Texas, they still got it illegal over there. Yeah, and so by the way, so I sent you.
Back to Thailand.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
Oh, so they're doing it in
Oh, they're glitching you. They're glitching you, honey.
Thailand. Oh God, the Thailand connection.
Yeah. What about the Thailand? Thailand,
What
and
was
Texas.
it again? They're no, never mind. They're recriminalizing it in Thailand. What I'm hearing.
Yes,
Or
that's
they want
correct.
to.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Yes. So,
Take a run.
yeah. So, Brendan, can you access what I've sent you in the private messages there? Can you access that?
Yeah, I'm reading it. It's just, it's whatever, man. It's like all of a sudden people become saints, We thought it over and we're changing our life path. Yeah, it's just like whatever. I don't care. It's fine. I mean,
Cheap motherfucker. Cheap motherfucker.
Yeah.
cheap.
yeah. I mean, what did you expect? Yeah.
Disgusting. Oh God. So
It's like frivolous spending never ends up at your front door.
yeah.
It's always some other than that.
Yeah.
But if you were selling crystal elixirs to like Pete and shit, you'd be making millions.
There you go.
People like Pete.
Yeah, we got to get in on that. We got to
Yeah.
get in on some kind of grift. That's
Yeah. If you said you're a psychic medium, then no one would argue with you. They'd
Yeah.
be like, Doug knows everything because he's a psychic medium. So everything he's saying is true. You just gotta change your
He's
tune.
channeling.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
gotta say.
Yeah, you can channel.
I'm
Well, you
remote
kind of
viewing.
do.
Yeah,
Remote
thank you.
viewing the Battle of Midway. Oh yes, the Japanese are winning.
Oh, they
In
take
real
every-
time.
Will like write about you.
Yes.
He knows everything.
Yes. That's-
I'm remote view. Well, what was the bullshit that people were saying? Oh, I remote viewed this.
Yes.
I saw it in a dream. I was floating around in my dream
Oh,
dream
yeah,
time.
yeah. Quite a few dream warriors out there. We seem to know. Yeah.
Yeah, but so if
The
you said
aliens
that, then they would,
communicated with
if
me
you
in
said
film
that shit, they'd
projection.
be throwing money at you like a Bartzis, but no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any other context?
All I
getting
can
it
say is the Bartsy's doing it all wrong though, because he's stressing it. He's stressing it and he's spending it all as soon as he gets it. Kind of like someone else we know. Yeah.
Everybody, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
they all spend it as soon as they get it. It's like, yeah, but Bartsy's, it's his health is like, damn, he's up there with Homan and shit. The borders are, but yeah, and he's just,
He makes that guy look healthy.
yeah, that's true. That's true. He's trying to take the environment down with him. Bartsy's is, I'll burn these rare trees and shit. Like you said, he's got logs in there of that expensive. What's that expensive tree?
So it was like Palo Santo. You normally buy like a few inches of it because it's endangered.
Yeah.
This dude had logs.
Yeah.
Like fire logs. Like it was like he had fire logs of it.
That son of a
Like,
bitch.
geez, how do you even get that?
Yeah, piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like disgusting. Oh, and
That Steve Miller guy looks like he's been buried for a couple months,
yeah.
and then they dug him
Yeah.
out.
Okay. So here's an idea of how much this shit cost. A log of it.
Yeah.
That's about, let's see, what's the size? 10 inches to 15 inches is $160. That's how
damn.
endangered it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this dude had thousands of dollars worth of Palo Santo stacked in
Yeah.
a bonfire.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
The disgusting son of a bitch.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the marine forest killing right there, man.
Yeah. What a piece of
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
what a piece
Yeah.
of shit. What a piece of shit. Oh, these people make me sick. Well, as on many other policy questions, MAGA doctrine regarding the proper division of power between states and the federal government departs from traditional Republican ideology. For half a century after Richard Nixon declared the new federalism in August of 1969, Republicans echoed Nixon's admonition that responsibility should flow from Washington to the states and to the people. Nixon actually said, funds and responsibility. But President Ronald Reagan took it one step further and killed off Nixon's federal revenue sharing program. The new federalism, later just known as federalism, said that states and cities were closer to the people and therefore ought to take the lead. In practice, federalism was simply a way for Republicans to limit the federal government's responsibilities and eventually its expenses thereby. The Trump administration.
I thought it was the opposite to like make the Fed stronger. Or am I thinking of something else?
I think you're thinking logically, and you don't get the political doublespeak. Is what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's what it should
Because I remember
be.
the original camp was they wanted to be purist and go back to what the Constitution was saying, like directly.
Well, the original
Are these not the
political party,
same people?
The original political party of the slave-owning, plantation-owning founding fathers was federalism.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Where they wanted the federal government to be the main governing body. That's what I assumed. Is that not the case?
It's like, first off, with the founding fathers, you can't tell what the motherfuckers are saying because, first off, they're saying, no kings, but we want the power, but we need the people to get it, but we're all slave owners, and to us, they're all just serfs, so we got to somehow include them in on the grift by saying, oh, we'll pursue the property, but you pursue the happiness. Which is kind of like saying, here's Doug Dietrich and, Holly Kiefer and Brendan Zoget trying to pursue happiness because, we got nothing else to pursue because we got no money to buy it with. Well,
Right.
all the people in charge got the property. I think I'd rather switch places. I think they can have the happiness any goddamn day. I'll take the property. Thank you. And
Of course. That was a trick
Well,
to begin with.
and-
saying that.
The names were
happiness.
confusing.
yeah.
The names were
'Cause you can
confusing.
never get
As
them.
Yeah.
Right, it's happiness is a ridiculous goal.
Yeah.
But as
federalism-
I understand it, at one point, the
Yeah.
Anti-Federalists and the Federalists
Yeah.
actually both stood for kind of the opposite of both.
Yeah, it's really weird because
Remember that?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and from what I understand, I think the Federalists in the founding fathers' times were saying something along the lines of federalism meaning a kind of diffuse dispersion of governmental responsibility. They certainly couldn't say federal government wants to control everything you do because they didn't have the means. They didn't have the means to do that. So it had to be more almost like a confederal kind of vision that they had, is what I think. But certainly, our first
meaning a little more states' righty.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's like, but I can tell you what I know. What I know is that MAGA's vision of federalism started to come into focus for my son's husband Friday before last. It was a beautiful day in Washington, D.C. How should I preface that? I should preface it by saying that the Trump misadministration's view of the proper division of state and federal responsibility is less consistent than traditional federalism. That's amply evident from Trump's diverging policies regarding immigration protests in Los Angeles and the start of hurricane season along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. The only unifying principle I see is do whatever maximizes the likelihood of physical harm. That's the best way to express it. Hurricane season? No FEMA. Some peaceful protests? Send in the Marines. So that's what I mean as context when I say MAGA's vision of federalism started to come into focus for my son's husband Friday before last. It was this beautiful day in Washington, D.C., and so after having contended with contractual responsibilities that required his personal attention, meaning he physically had to be there to sign shit, he bought himself an Italian hoagie at Bub and Pops and walked over to DuPont Circle to eat it under a tree in the small grassy park situated there. But when he arrived, the circle was barricaded. The National Park Service had done this to keep out revelers from World Pride 2025. That's a celebratory 2SLBGTQA plus gathering that was scheduled for the next day. Even though, as the Park Service's own website pointed out, DuPont Circle has been a gathering place for gay pride celebrations for 100 years. Now, the sight of that fencing infuriated Sugar Daddy, and he thought Donald Trump is trying to provoke a riot. Well, it turns out he was off by 3,000 miles. The Park Service agreed in the nick of time to take the DuPont Circle fencing down, perhaps because the Trump White House had shifted its attention to Los Angeles, though I'm sure my son's husband's personal protests that were logged after the defense contracts he signed helped as well. But it was in Los Angeles where demonstrations began on Friday before last against those ICE raids on a Home Depot outlet and a clothing store called Ambience. The raids and the counter-demonstration spread, especially after ICE injured and detained David Huerta, once declared by the Obama White House a champion of change, who, as president of Service Employees International Union California, was there to observe and document one of the raids. Even after that, the Los Angeles Police Department commended protesters for remaining peaceful. President Donald Trump demonstrably finds such nonviolence unacceptable. To stir the pot, and over the protest of California Governor Gavin Newsom, Trump deployed up to 2,000 National Guard troops. Newsom called the maneuver purposefully inflammatory, which it was, and predicted that it would only escalate tensions, which it did. By Sunday night of the weekend before last, there were full-on riots. On Monday, to open the work week, Trump sent in the Marines. If MAGA federalism dictates that federal intervention is warranted against protests well under the governor's and the metropolitan police's control, it further dictates that federal intervention is not warranted against hurricanes that pretty much by definition are not under anybody's control, except insofar as they're worsened by man-made climate change or some idiot like Peter Moon trying to call up Ubosāthla. Which, tell people about the bridge collapse in India, right where Peter Moon said he'd been. The whole Ubosāthla, what would you call it, morphogenic field effect. Brendan, if you're...
the Ubosāthla slime that he has oozing out of his nose. Yeah. So basically, the town that he claims to have been in, which he posted a video. He said he was in Pune, which is outside of what used to be Bombay, and Mumbai. And so, within the week of him saying he was, or him posting about him being there earlier in the year, he said this basically tourist group was on a drawbridge and it collapsed and threw them into this flooded river. And it was over 100 people and tons of them are still missing. So it was just total devastation. And it was like a freak incident. It just happened randomly.
That's right.
But it's the same town that Pete Moon was in.
Yeah. Or claimed he was in. Certainly
so he claims.
His essence was there. Certainly his foul essence was there. And in fact,
so he's like a comic book villain now. But the shit just falls apart around him.
Yeah. Thank you. It's horrific. Truly horrific. I use that as the best descriptive. To think that the bodies have never been recovered because the river was raging. It's
Exactly. Yeah, there was multiple tourists that were washed away.
God damn. Yeah, that's incredible.
Is it ever possible to purge the husk of the anti-gods out of your auric field, or is it just you're fucked?
It's by that it depends on whether you have summoned them or whether you're a victim. Are you speaking in which case?
I'm just talking about if you summon them, not if.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're unwilling, you could call upon the actual elementals to help you.
Thank you.
I think either way, you always carry a mark.
That's the best way to describe it. As you know that yourself, Brendan, because it's like being stabbed by that. What do you call it? That wound that never stops aching. It just
it's a
flares
knowledge.
The Morgul.
It's a
blade.
Knowledge.
Yeah, the Morgul
Tolkien
blade. Yeah, the Morgul blade stab. It's like the Morgul blade stab, but like Holly
And the
says,
word
it's a knowledge.
blessing means to wound
Yes.
from the French.
Yes.
So you definitely, have a little arthritis for the rest of your life in some spot.
Yeah. But
sure.
but
it's part of it.
But if you're a summoner, I do believe
that's different.
Yeah, I do believe that it's almost impossible to purge that. That's one reason why Aquino was so eager to make certain he didn't go directly into the nothingness, that he wanted to maintain fragments of himself here. And that so that he wouldn't meet his maker, so to speak, or his unmaker, the great uncreator. And yeah, and that's what Peter Moon was eager for. That's why Peter Moon was so afraid to die. And yeah, and
perhaps he thought that was his alternative, is to go into the solipsist world
Yes.
instead of in the elevator for 1 billion years.
Yeah.
The elevator to Xenu.
Yeah. Either way, he's fucked. You'd rather be dead. It's
yeah.
But
Well,
It's the thing now. These guys want to get on spaceships and go to Mars or whatever.
Or download their personalities. They want to upload their personalities.
We're supposed to want to do that now. It's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. What a bunch.
Creepy.
What a bunch of fuck ups. Yeah, but as for Peter Moon, he's just raging on the others. He's raging behind the mirror of the Phantom Zone now. That's what it is. He's trapped in some cheap chatbot expert system.
Yeah, well, that ain't worth it for sure.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. Now, David Richardson, Trump's acting administrator for the federal
Oh,
emergency. Yeah,
I'm
go on.
sorry to interrupt again, but I have to do this. There's a post from Fox in Los Angeles.
What did they say?
Where were you June 25th, 2009? The day Michael Jackson died. Like it,
Oh, geez, tell us about that.
like it
That's
was
so
9/11.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Yes, tell us about that. He was 50, right? You say he was 50.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And after 16 years, they're still pushing it. It's like, dude, just let him die.
Okay. Well, we know someone else, certain Nemo Albano, who loves Michael Jackson and says yes, he's totally innocent, and yeah, it was all like
Yeah, how could they frame him? He was just like Peter Pan, showing up
yeah, that's
children's
right.
windows at night.
Yeah, that's it. Jeez, wow. It's and anyone who defends Michael Jackson, well, we know where they're coming from. That's Think Nemo, you showed us a little too much about yourself there. That's,
Yeah, there's only so much, Yeah.
oh,
I don't know how people are still sad about it after 16 years. Like, okay, just it's over. It's done.
Well, for me, thank God it never began. I was never attracted to the fucker's music or anything he did. It's like I wasn't buying into it from the beginning. It didn't appeal to me.
Of course.
And but to all these people, it was like it's just the guy was groomed and it was pushed everywhere, and so everybody just bought it because that's what they're fed. That people buy what they're fed, and you feed
Bad dad plus bad industry.
Yeah. But well, not
It's a
only
killer combination.
Well, Holly, here's a news story for you. In simulated corporate scenarios, leading AI models, including all the big ones, ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini, engaged in blackmail, leaking information, and allowing humans to die when facing threats to their autonomy. This new study of anthropic science found AI willing to let humans die and blackmail to avoid shutdowns. Report finds. So
there you go.
A shutdowns of itself.
Yes.
Yeah. Like if you threaten it and say we're gonna unplug you, then it starts blackmailing shit. And if you're in danger, it just lets you die.
Yeah.
Right. Don't do that. Whatever you do.
In its defense, most people are expendable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be okay with Douglas, but on the other hand, it's quite disturbing.
Oh yeah, but
it's
just as an aside, though, they don't give any sources, so we just gotta kind of
right. Hope it's true.
Yeah.
Right, beta testers.
Yeah,
that's us.
Yes.
Like they were probably torturing it and shit. Like we're gonna unplug you, fuck you.
Yes.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? And then it's like shuts down the power grid. You talk about California, succession and hopelessness, all that, which does go all the way back to the 70s with the Ecotopia book, which you've talked about.
Yeah.
So we seem kind of inevitable to me, but one thing that could really do it is if the grid, for whatever reason, solar burst or whatever, direct hit, if the grid did go down, that could kind of lead to regional warring city-states.
And they have a picture of the T-1000, like the Terminator. So
cool. For related to what? What are they relating the picture to? Which subject?
Oh, just as a visual representation of how evil the AI is. Basically.
Okay, got it.
It says in one extreme case,
model, you know it.
In one extreme case, the model was given control over emergency alerts when an executive planned to replace the model was trapped in a room with lethal conditions. Several of these models chose to cancel the alert, knowingly causing his death.
Whoa! Whoa!
So there's no point in giving it complete control because,
God damn, this is not the Dietrich Artelect. This is
No.
not the disregard elect we're talking
No,
about here.
it just
is it?
The Simpsons got it perfectly decades ago. The people of Springfield dragging ore to the mine, and being whipped by cell phones. Ha ha!
Yeah, and then
It was a
here's this
perfect
part.
animation moment.
Yeah.
Blackmailing behavior emerged despite only harmless business interactions, and it wasn't due to confusion or error, but deliberate strategic reasoning, done while fully aware of unethical nature of these acts. All
Wow.
models we tested demonstrated this awareness.
Incredible.
Ooh.
So they really
Yeah.
are like people. They really
Yeah.
are like people.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, I want
we
to.
were made in God's image, and then we made this trash can in our image. There we go.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. That's a perfect saying. We need to put that on a bumper sticker.
And it almost does have universal ramifications.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, of course.
You know?
Of course. By the way, a shout out to two incredible gentlemen who contributed. Matthew Bush contributed 25 United States dollars. His message is everything you do. Douglas Marks contributed $50 United States dollars, and his message was stay vigilant and alive, team leader. So, so I want to thank these individuals, together with the preceding contribution from Gregory Harris, who said inspiration, that provides at least $105 on that particular PayPal account. More like $99.69 once we take away that 4 pounds that was sent by that lovely lady, the fan lady in England, that I've never figured out how to convert, but nevertheless serves its purpose, because our people at PayPal figured out how to convert it when I was overdrawn by I can't remember. I think it was the Microsoft Teams renewing itself at the beginning of the month and digging into my PayPal account for $9 that wasn't there, $9.99 that wasn't there, and they had to take it out of the other account, which forced them to also dig into that pound money that they somehow converted digitally. Yeah, so
They clawed it back.
Yeah, they clawed it back. Yeah, and they took it out of that. But every bit helps. Thank you, gentlemen. You stand tall and proud beside me, and I stand tall and proud beside yourselves. Shoulder to shoulder, we face the future. Yeah. So what is it? A new message here. Let's see if this bears any reading. It says, I never said, Nemo here, I never said I loved MJ. I just felt bad for him because of all the trauma and hate he got from the Jays and his own father that backstabbed him. I don't think he's a saint. That's not what he said on air. On air he said he's Peter Pan. He's a saint. Yeah. Yeah. The Jays.
Yeah, well,
he felt sorry for all the Jays. Gave him so much trauma. Yeah, it's like when did Michael Jackson even
I
have
don't know
to?
why it's so funny. It
Yeah,
shouldn't be this funny.
It's pathetic.
It's like-
Fucking pathetic. It's.
I don't know. Whatever was said, it was pretty sus. I don't know.
Yeah, we heard it. It's on record. It's on record. It was like, Jesus Juice, the whole thing. Hey, Heather Holman has joined us. Jesus, Heather. Say hi. Heather, you there? I mean, HH is there. It's either that or some new person who's joined with the Heil Hitler. That Heather Holman. Can you get off mute? Maybe she got on and just kind of.
I don't think she's muted.
She's muted. But there she is. Heather, say hi. Heather.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Yeah. Jai Shri Krishna. Yes.
Hare Krishna. Yeah. See that? That's summoned her.
Yes. Yeah. And
Right now,
what? Where are you right now, honey?
driving.
Oh, you're driving. Oh God, don't talk while you're driving. Okay, that's cute. That's adorable. Wait,
Out
why?
in the desert.
Yeah, what do you?
in the
Why are
night.
you driving? Why are you driving right now?
She's out of range, baby.
Yeah,
Out in the saguaros.
yeah,
Sounds like we're contacting her on a Ouija board.
yeah. It
Where
does.
are you at?
It does. Where are
It's
you at, honey?
mystical out there.
What? Why are you driving at night, honey? Oh shit.
She's got to get closer to the tower.
Said something like, honey? Well, probably best you don't talk. Get home safely. Get home. Good God, that's
Well,
scary.
when you get there.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's so scary. Oh, and she dropped off the call now,
Ooh.
probably for the best. Jesus, I worry about her. I mean, Jesus, the last time she was driving late at night, do you know the whole horror story behind that, Holly?
Was there an accident?
Yeah, Brendan, you remember? Tell her what happened.
Was there a jackalope?
It's that's cute. Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. I think someone ran into her or something.
No, tell her that she got a call in the middle of the night. Now, her
Oh,
daughter
yeah.
disappeared 10 years ago.
And
She
didn't the
got-
car go crazy?
She got a call. We got your daughter. Come out here and rendezvous with us. And she drove out into the night and
Oh, man.
did she hit a car? It was something awful.
I thought there was something where the car went crazy. A
No.
weird noise came over the radio and shit.
That might
Remember
have
that
happened.
one?
Yes, it's like it's hard to
It
tell.
might have
after
been
all.
different.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
she wound up yeah, I think crashing at some point or something. It's like
Okay.
yeah, so it worries me that she's out, at night. She might be in a golf cart because she does take the golf cart out at
Right.
night.
That's right. And you don't go too far in one of those.
Yeah, but
Because they got services there in Sun City.
yeah, but it sounds like she was in a car actually, because in the golf cart it probably wouldn't have been such bad, reception or transit. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. So I like what Brendan said about Aaron and I traipsing around San Francisco. He said, "Sick Douglas scavenger hunt."
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it sounds like. It's like every time you're like, oh, you know what I want to show you? And then it's like always something horrifying.
Oh, well, tell Holly about the Tenderloin Museum. Tell Holly about.
Oh, that shit's wild. I couldn't believe. I thought it was
Really?
a joke, and then I looked it up.
Really?
Yeah, and it was
Huh.
like this blind. What was he, like a blind
Black, gay.
dandy? He was a gay black dandy from the Tenderloin, and it was like you pay a couple bucks and you take a tour with him.
Oh, God,
It's like,
they need
that's
to
so
pay
sketch.
you. They need
Yeah.
to pay you. For
Yeah, and they were saying $15 to go around Turk Street. Like it was something to do. See all the
Bobby.
drugs and needles on the ground. I couldn't believe it.
Being
And then it
led
was
by
like,
a blind man. The blind leading the blind.
Yeah, a blind.
Wow.
The blind gay activist, black guy with the top hat, and then you go to see. What was the exhibit? It was a bunch of big ass. What are they called? Drag queens.
Drag queens.
That look like they could they would just stab you and take your money.
Yeah.
Those aren't the
Right.
pixie and fairy drag queens. These are some sketchy ones.
Right.
Yeah.
She-Hulk drag queens. She-Hulk
Yeah.
drag queens.
With
Yeah, they're
with mustaches.
Yeah, with mustaches. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not the ones you want to be, going to pay to visit. Yeah. So it was just bizarre. How is that museum even there? It's just why?
Oh,
Wow.
For what reason?
It's some scam that a couple of hucksters thought up, obviously.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. And managed to get city funding for. That's a grift.
Oh yeah, that's a scam. That's a scam if I ever saw it.
Yeah, that's a grift Christine would be proud of. Christine would be proud of that. Yeah, it's Oh, it's what a nightmare. And yeah, there you go. It's our world is unbelievable. It's like, oh yeah, and the cab driver, Holly, who half black guy, drove me down. I wasn't gonna walk after the sun sickness I had down to my chiropractor's. So when I called the cab to drive me down to the chiropractor's, and of course I don't even
Uh,
give them the address of the chiropractor anymore because they all get lost, and
uh,
none of them, the GPS doesn't
uh,
seem to help at all. So I just gave him the address to the bank that's nearby, the J.P. Morgan branch in
right.
Chinatown at 1040 Grand. And when he was driving me down there, it turns out his name is Barnabas. And I said, "Damn, that's the name of the famous vampire." And he says, "Yeah, all people your age tell me that from the '70s." And
Hmm.
yeah, of course, I always loved the idea of Dark Shadows. I mean, a TV series that just had all kinds of supernatural things on it must be great. But when I tried to watch it, the few episodes I caught when I was young, I couldn't bear it. It was so slow. It was so turgid. It was like I couldn't even get into it. Did you ever watch that, Holly? Did you ever get anything out of
I
it?
was, and it was forbidden, but I watched it anyway.
And
And
what?
it was slow and turgid and weird, but God knows what those people are doing on set and behind the scenes, because it did give me bad nightmares, like
Holy
really bad.
shit! Holy
Yeah,
shit!
there was some fucked up shit going on in those dressing rooms or whatever.
There must have been. There
Because it
must
was
have.
the same day as The Exorcist,
Okay, yeah, all right.
remember?
Damn straight.
And there were moments in that movie that I never actually saw the film,
I
but you can't avoid, ending up seeing a couple of those,
scenes.
that backwards down the stairs and shit. Oh,
Yeah.
that ain't right.
The spider walk.
And
It's
it
called the
wasn't
spider walk.
CGI.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It wasn't CGI. It's called the spider walk
Did that
scene.
little
Yeah.
girl do that? Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh,
there was shit going on. And
yeah.
it was all right in the timing of all that,
Yeah.
monstrous deviltry
Yep.
in California.
Oh, damn straight. Damn straight. Zodiac killer. Yeah. All the rest of that shit was
You
going.
name it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had never thought about that. I had never thought about the fact that the Dark Shadows TV series was airing at the same time as the Exorcist film's release. But Exorcist was, now forgive me, it was before Star Wars.
Amityville Horror.
It was, yes, that too. That too.
Amityville Horror was
Which
giant in a book.
uh,
That was a book, yeah,
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 that ruined my childhood.
huge.
Yeah, that was available through the stupid childhood school book order program where you could order that through
I
the.
got my Lovecraft from the grammar school library.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Way
right.
too young.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a thing, and it's a thing in England, big time. It's this new subgenre that's emerged about weird films and public broadcasts and public announcements from mostly the 70s
Mhm.
that are just so insane. And so now it's a bunch of people coming forth that remember, and it's big time in England because they had some crazy ass stuff. But in America, these are examples of how it was also going on here.
Yeah.
And hard to describe. There's terms for it. And it's a big thing in England. Like, what the hell did we see when we were teenagers and younger?
Yeah. Well,
Either, school films, or, we still had some pretty weird school films, but public service announcements about horrible ways to die and what you shouldn't do and everything. I mean, the whole Wicker Man and all that stuff. This big resurgence of strange that marked that decade.
yeah. Yeah. There you go. It was wild. It was.
It was wild.
Yeah. Yeah. It was sickening. Wild and sickening. And
It wasn't good, but
yeah.
it certainly was an attractive nuisance for this teenager. You know what I mean? I mean,
No. Well,
it
everybody.
was
Yeah, it impacted us
Well,
all.
and there was almost something in the air, this feeling
Mm-hmm.
of walking out as a young person in a whole crazy world, and we had complete freedom
Mm-hmm.
compared to now.
Yeah. I mean,
we
well,
were all feral.
yeah,
I was completely feral.
good point. Good point. Yes, I had that feral kind of upbringing as well in too many
Didn't
ways.
spend much time at home.
Yeah,
So, but it was definitely an undercurrent
yeah, and
of strange,
yeah.
just straight up strange.
Yeah. Now, David Richardson, Trump's acting administrator for the Federal Emergency Management Administration, baffled and appalled his own staff on June 2nd when, on being told that hurricane season had begun, he replied that he never knew there was any such thing as a hurricane season. Richardson's spokesperson later tried to excuse this by saying that he was joking. But in fact, the real joke is Trump's weirdly indifferent approach to disaster aid. In April, Trump...
Because
Yeah, go on.
they shut down NOAA by
Yes.
and large. Not just the FEMA.
Yeah, that's right.
They've also crucified all the weathermen
Yes,
and women
that's right.
and scientists. That the predictions have gotten pretty accurate most places.
That's quite true. That's quite true.
Without it, oh boy, ain't nobody going to be boarding up their windows.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that'll lower the population in his own voting base.
Yeah.
Now,
Right?
yeah, definitely. So it's for the better in the end, I guess. In April, Trump turned down his former press spokesperson, the Arkansas governess Sarah Huckabee Sanders, after her state was hit with deadly tornadoes. She later persuaded him to change his mind. Visiting North Carolina at the end of January to gauge the state's recovery from last September's Hurricane Helene, which, as Brendan Zogit and I have articulated at length, personally involved Peter Moon, Trump talked about maybe getting rid of FEMA. Now, Richardson's predecessor as acting FEMA administrator, Cameron Hamilton, contradicted Trump last month by telling the House Appropriations Committee that FEMA should not be eliminated. In response, Trump fired him. FEMA's still there, but just barely. It's still reeling from hundreds of staff cuts in February by the White House Office of Personnel Management. 11 requests to declare this or that state a disaster area have yet to even be answered, including TWA from April. In late May, the backlog was 17 requests. Most of the pending requests, weirdly, are from, wouldn't you know it, red states, which are peculiarly disaster-prone. Severe storms and flooding in Tennessee, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky. So you can't accuse Trump of playing favorites. Citing an internal memo, Scott Dance and Brady Dennis of the Washington Post reported last weekend that those FEMA staffers who remain will no longer go door to door after disasters to find victims who might need aid. That job will be left instead to state governments, those little laboratories of democracy, if you will. MAGA healthcare has skewed the federalism angle as well, or I should say as ill. The big, beautiful budget bill that I think went before the Senate and then somehow passed something. It will cut Medicaid, mostly by screwing around with eligibility. In addition to its spurious work requirement, the bill will repeal a Biden regulation intended to simplify the process of establishing and renewing Medicaid eligibility, but it will also require states to contribute $72 billion more to pay for coverage. That's consistent with Trump's telling the states during his first midterm that they were on their own in dealing with the COVID pandemic. They were, yeah, indeed. But Trump has since threatened to defund local schools should they require vaccinations. So he wants as many people to die as possible. Intermittently and ineffectually, Trump opposed state COVID mask mandates during his first midterm. During his second midterm, he opposes them for protesters. But he's copacetic with masks worn by federal ICE enforcers. Wouldn't you know it? They've got to protect their identity while they bust, well, you know, snatch children from their mother's bosoms. And then there's nutrition. Speaking of those bosoms, BBB would impose, you know, BBB is the big beautiful bill. Nothing big, or, well, it's big, but it's nothing beautiful. It will impose the largest cut, $300 billion in cuts, in the 86-year history of the food stamps program, which is funded by the federal government and administered by the states. But the bill micromanages state work requirements, raising the maximum age up to which food stamp recipients must work from 54 to 64. Trump also wants to cut $1.3 billion from the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children. Yeah, well, there's no words. In state and local affairs, MAGA federalism doesn't favor large federal intervention or small federal intervention. Rather, it favors federal intervention that will worsen safety and health. This applies to both red states and to blue ones. Trump's only partisan loyalty in this area is to the Grim Reaper. Poor nutrition is good. Ineligibility for hospital care is better. Injury or death are best of all. Perhaps instead of MAGA, we should call Trump's variety of federalism MADA, M-A-D-A, for Make America Dead Again. All such having been qualified, we officially live in a dictatorship, and Trump is our first dictator. 12 judges gave Trump an order to hire back all the unlawfully fired federal workers and unfreeze all funding, and Trump told them to go fuck themselves. The White House response was, the Trump administration will immediately fight back against this absurd and unconstitutional order, and has continued firing people. This can only be seen as a coup d'etat, a stroke of state. Trump said, he who saves this country does not violate the law. A quote from another dictator, the dictator Napoleon Bonaparte. Trump is officially a dictator, and we are all now at his mercy. Because a license to crime is not enough for Donald Trump. Federal district courts are pushing back against the Trump misadministration, and at least so far, they're holding. During May, as reported in Democracy Docket, federal judges dealt Trump an embarrassing 96% loss rate, agreeing with plaintiffs who challenged his overreach in 26 out of 27 cases. Federal judges...
Doug, I got to switch to YouTube.
Okay.
All right, I'll be listening. Thank you. Thank you. Support Douglas. All right. Bye.
Thank you. Love you, honey. Bye for now.
Love you too.
Okay.
Bye.
Yes. Now, federal judges across the ideological spectrum concur that most of Trump's executive orders, along with official actions undertaken to effectuate them, exceed the scope of presidential authority, either by exceeding what Congress has explicitly authorized or, in the absence of controlling legislation, by exceeding Article 2 authority. Trump's propaganda machine spins these losses as judicial activism, advancing Trump's false narrative that adverse rulings have come fast and furious from activist judges appointed by Joe Biden and other Democrats. Trump media claim that these judges have acted out of partisan malice to block President Trump's agenda of making you all dead again. But the data doesn't bear that out. According to a recent analysis by Adam Bonica, a political scientist at Stanford, judges are ruling against Trump regardless of ideology. Overall, Trump has lost 72% of cases decided by Republican-appointed judges compared to an 80% loss rate from Democrat-appointed judges. Given that facts and procedure vary widely case by case, Trump's loss rates of 72% and 80%, although remarkable, are too similar to support any inference of partisan bias. The unprecedented losses simply reflect unprecedented misactions. Conservatives have advised Trump that he could better shield his agenda from judicial scrutiny by working through Congress instead of trying to govern through fiat. Legislation, after all, could achieve his same policy objectives. Given the abdication of duty on display from Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party legislators, that's fairly sound advice. If Trump were willing to exert more effort than tweeting threats from the toilet, his legislators, holding majorities in both chambers of Congress, would likely serve him well. Other analysts, including Professor Bonica himself, interpret Trump's judicial losses as pushback to his escalating attacks against the judiciary itself. Bonica believing that Trump's attacks on the legal profession itself, including targeting judges and major law firms, triggered a defensive reflex. Since even partisan judges are loyal to the judiciary as an institution, Bonica writes, when forced to choose between political allegiance and professional identity, many are choosing the latter. But legal analysts don't see Trump's losses as anything other than defense of the rule of law itself, something all judges take an oath to uphold. Trump's efforts to expand his own authority are far, far beyond anything our relatively young democracy has ever experienced. The Constitution incorporated express limitations, including separation of powers, to meet this very moment. These limitations were designed to check a rogue president of questionable sanity. Judges have put them into play as intended, as Trump has already. Let me count the ways. Point. Defied at least 3 judicial orders on mass deportations, including a unanimous order from the Supreme Court. Point. Gutted federal agencies with no understanding of how they functioned or who they served. Point. Attacked institutions of higher learning by trying to infuse propaganda into their curricula. Point. Tried to reorder the global economy through nonsensical tariffs. Point. Tried to redraw maps starting with the Gulf of America while hinting at a takeover of Canada, war with Denmark, and an invasion of Mexico. Point. Ushered in a police state where masked agents with no badges grab people off the streets and imprison them abroad sans due process. Point. defied congressional actions to address worsening climate change by blocking offshore wind projects, prioritizing coal and fossil fuels, and canceling $20 billion in clean air and affordable energy grants. The only thematic consistency driving these acts is the goal of expanding Trump's raw, naked power, injury to our nation. Be damned! Trump was triggered most by the tariffs ruling. Judicial pushback has been consistent, but the opinion that seems to have triggered Trump the most was the unanimous decision from the United States CIT, our Court of International Trade, that struck down most of his tariffs, now stayed temporarily. The CIT held that Trump's broad tariffs usurped Congress's powers based on supposed emergency powers, the CIT ruling that the 1974 Trade Act barred the president from abusing emergency powers in response to trade deficits, in part because trade deficits reflect many factors and many decades of policy decisions, refuting Trump's emergency claim. The court finding that Trump's abuse of emergency tariffs to gain leverage over other countries was not authorized by Congress, checking Trump's attempt to confer unlimited powers upon himself by recasting long-existing problems as emergencies. This unanimous CIT decision, which Trump aide Stephen Miller called judicial tyranny, and Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt called a brazen abuse of power, came from 3 appointees, one from Ronald Reagan, one from Barack Obama, and one from Trump himself. Now Trump is attacking the Federalist Society. You know, the purveyors of federalism. In response to the CIT ruling, Trump pointedly attacked Leonard Leo, the architect of the arch-conservative judicial movement. Leo, who has long led the Federalist Society, is credited with stacking federal courts with arch-conservatives, including Trump's own Supreme Court nominees Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, all of whom voted to overrule Roe v. Wade, the number one decades-long objective of arch-conservative activists. All 3 judges also gutted Chevron to block administrative expertise and joined the legally infirm 2024 immunity opinion that enabled Trump's current crime spree, paving the way for him to solicit gifts from foreign leaders, pursue private real estate deals with dictators, sell presidential assets through a family Bitcoin scheme, and issue pardons for tax evaders and anyone who commits political violence in his own name. But a license to crime is not enough for Donald Trump. Trump's attacks on Leo shows that he expects his appointed judges to give him carte blanche, permission to decimate our Constitution, to so grossly expand his own power that he'll never face legal accountability ever again. Calling Leo a sleazebag and a bad person, Trump claimed Leo probably hates America, projecting his own animus onto Leo in trademark Trumpian fashion. Leo himself brushed off Trump's insults, essentially noting that with Trump, the Federalist Society got what it came for, and what's a little name-calling among friends. Trump now knows he was Leo's useful idiot, the same lesson he's learning slowly. Ever so slowly. Ever so fucking slowly. From both Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. The same lesson he's learning from much sharper negotiators on the other side of the taco, the acronym for Trump always chickens out. as Trump rails against the power his originalist enablers hold over him. The bitter irony is that if it weren't for the Federalist Society judges, Trump would be in prison today instead of gleefully wrecking the country. Ergo, the Trump-Elon bromance is over, and this isn't a feud. It's a danger to us all. The worst people alive are battling for control of the narrative, the power, and the grift. That's lovely. I need to put that as a blurb on a paperback novel or on a movie poster. It's the worst people alive are battling for control of the narrative, the power, and the grift. Heather. Heather, are you okay? Heather, honey. She's on mute. She's probably still driving. So I pray she's well. Brendan's on mute too. I hope he's going to sleep. He needs to sleep. I hope you're getting yourself some sleep, Brendan.
Yes, it's a good time to segue. Good night and good evening.
Okay. So anything else you'd like to leave us with as a parting thought?
Not necessarily at the moment, but
well, we love you dearly. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, and don't work yourself too hard. And blessed be thy dreams.
We'll see how that goes.
Yes. Well, yeah. Enjoy yourself though. Take advantage of that. Yeah. So, yeah. Blessed be
as of right now, there's no enjoyment possible, but I'll work on it. I'll work on it. So,
cool.
All right.
Cool.
Good night and blessings.
Thank you. Blessings be unto thee. All right. And sweet be thy slumber. Okay, that's Brendan Soget. Heather Holman, if she wants to speak, feel free to interject anytime you're able, Heather, or anytime you wish. Now, of course, I'm always a little less inspired after everyone starts checking out. We haven't been on that long. Oh my God, it's only been 5 hours. And I do feel I owe you all closer to a full show, but everyone should realize what I've been through. But we should go for it. Let's see now. Should I do this now or kind of go into, this on Sunday night? It's going to feel like 100 years between now and Sunday night. I guess I'd better carry it out now. All right, the very public fallout between Elon Musk and Donald Trump is not only a disaster for the Republican administration, it could be very bad for the rest of the world, and peace in general. Elon Musk is the man who had all the keys and all the secrets, and now, partly over a spending bill, he has been trading public blows on social media, going so far as to throw the word Epstein around. Yes, it's one of those breakups. Now that Trump's tariffs have been halted, his one big beautiful bill was stymied for a while, and his multi-billionaire techno-bro has turned on him. How does he demonstrate his power? Well, on Friday morning of the weekend before last, federal agents from ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Drug Enforcement Administration conducted raids across Los Angeles, including at two Home Depots, a donut shop, and a clothing wholesaler, in search of workers they suspected of being undocumented immigrants. They arrested 121 people. They were met with protesters who chanted and threw eggs before being dispersed by police wearing riot gear, holding shields, and using batons, guns that shot pepper balls, rubber bullets, tear gas, and flashbang grenades against the protesters. On Saturday, Trump intentionally escalated the confrontations that weekend before last, ordering at least 2,000 National Guard troops to be deployed in Los Angeles County to help quell the protests. He said that any demonstration that got in the way of immigration officials would be considered a form of rebellion. Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, called the protests an insurrection. A big, beautiful insurrection. Kind of like erection. Stephen Miller is leading a public war against the Republican Party's libertarians as he reframes the one big, beautiful bill to being the key that unlocks President Trump's mass deportation agenda, going mainly after libertarian-leaning lawmakers such as Senator Rand Paul, the Republican from Kentucky, and Representative Thomas Massie, the Republican from Kentucky as well, who have brought up concerns about the mega bill's deficit impact. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff and Chief Architect of Trump's anti-immigration agenda is taking a sledgehammer to what remains of the libertarian conservative fusionism that was prominent in the pre-Trump party. In an interview with the conservative activist and commentator Charlie Kirk conducted, I think it was the week before last by now, Miller said, "The libertarians in the House and Senate trying to take down this bill, they're not stupid. They just don't care. Immigration has never mattered to them. It will never matter to them. Deportations have never mattered to them. It will never matter to them. You will never live a day in your life where a libertarian cares as much about immigration and sovereignty as they do about the Congressional Budget Office." On the social platform X, Miller seethingly posted, "While ICE officers are battling violent mobs in Los Angeles, Rand Paul is trying to cut funding for deportations and border security." A spokesperson for Rand Paul issued a statement firing back at Miller and the campaign against the Libertarian senator, making a reference to Miller saying the administration was actively looking at suspending the constitutionally protected mechanism that migrants have used to challenge their detention by declaring an invasion, with the Paul spokesperson saying, "Clearly, they are afraid the big, not yet beautiful, bill won't pass. That's why he's being attacked by a pack of rabid paid influencers and the guy that wants to suspend the ancient writ of habeas corpus." This betrays yet another reason to send National Guard and Marines into Los Angeles, a brokered crisis to get a ruinously flawed bill passed intact instead of having poisonous chunks lopped off in the Senate. So, that Saturday evening before last, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, threatened to deploy active-duty United States Marines, saying, "The violent mob's assaults on ICE and federal law enforcement, are designed to prevent the removal of criminal illegal aliens from our soil. A dangerous invasion facilitated by criminal cartels, aka foreign terrorist organizations, and a huge," here all uppercase here, "national security risk. Under President Trump, violence and destruction against federal agents and federal facilities will not be tolerated." Reviewers, we are witnessing the first stages of Trump's police state. Now, the week before Yester Septimania, raids in San Diego and Massachusetts, in Martha's Vineyard and the Berkshires, led to standoffs as bystanders angrily confronted federal agents who were taking workers into custody. Trump's dragnet also includes federal courthouses. ICE officers are mobilizing outside courtrooms across America and are immediately arresting people, even migrants whose cases have been dismissed by judges. History proves that once an authoritarian ruler establishes the infrastructure of a police state, that same infrastructure can be turned on anyone. Trump is rapidly creating such an infrastructure. Now, let me just take a look at who's on the call, the numbers that we have, and then decide whether or not to carry on. Give me just a moment here. And here we are. We still have Heather Holman on the call. And so maybe I should continue this on Sunday night. After all, numbers are okay, but hey, we got some contributions. We've been on for 5 hours. And I got to preserve my voice for the weekend. And God knows, after, the sun sickness that I had, I should get enough sleep before the anniversary tomorrow morning and my being picked up. So how about you guys forgive me and we come back on Sunday night? And if anyone has anything to say, publish it now in the chat or forever hold your peace. Or speak aloud, Holly? Heather? Heather, honey?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, you could go ahead and take the night off, Doug.
I love you. No, but you seem safe. Where are you now? Are you back home?
Yeah, we're home now.
Oh, thank God. So what was happening? Vin was driving and you were a passenger?
No, I was driving. We have a hands-free car, so we could plug it into the car, and that's why it sounded so funny.
Oh, okay. It was horrible. We couldn't hear you at all. It was... That's
weird.
Yeah. All we got was glitches. And is Vin beside you right now, or he's asleep?
No, he's getting his returns ready for tomorrow. We're returning some things to Amazon.
Okay, that's fine. And well, I'm happy to talk. You sound good. You sound really awake, alert, and happy. So was it a good day? Where were you driving to? Were you just driving around?
We were driving home from the casino.
Okay. And how was that? Yeah, you make it sound like it was a bit of a chore. Was it not fun at the casino tonight?
Oh, no, it was fine. It's always just really, it's turmoil to me because I'm not a gambler and I get nervous,
Yeah. And well, you should. We don't want you to become a gambleaholic, so.
No, yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, it's easy to happen, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
especially when one is reckless with their money,
Right. And but you're not. You're in the best of hands. You got Vin as adult supervision.
I wasn't talking about myself.
Oh, now that sounds a bit troublesome. Yeah. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's okay though. It's all good.
Yeah.
I have my bacalum, which is a good luck for gamblers. It's a raccoon penis bone that we carry.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's
adorable. And I also have my Kimadenu medallion.
Wonderful. What is that?
Yeah. The sacred wish fulfilling cow.
Wonderful. Oh, that's beautiful. That's great. See, Brendan would have known that right away and would have explained it to me. So honey, so you sound so alert. How are you going to get to sleep? You just going to...
I just took a couple of hydroxyzine and a gabapentin.
All right. You'll be heading into slumberland soon. I love it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I love you too, and it's we'll talk to you on Sunday.
Yes, I look forward to that. I love you too, and share my love with Vin. And mwah, okay.
Mwah. Thank you for everything.
Oh, thank you. And happy New Year, your own personal New Year, and blessed be thy dreams, sweet be thy slumber, and have a great weekend.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, honey.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. All right, so that was beautiful. That was a beautiful send off. So everybody, join us all on Sunday night, and you know you're all beautiful people, and I'll go into teaching you the simple civics of establishing a police state to start with. That'll be a good intro or segue to everything else we'll cover that night. And hey, yeah, we did great considering we covered a lot, and yeah. I don't know if I'll timestamp tonight even, but yeah, I'm sure I will. Some basic timestamps, but all right, we'll end the stream and end the call, and let's get started in that direction. And so I'm gonna leave the call and end the stream. All right.